November in Nebraska can be unpredictable, but nobody expected what hit us that Tuesday before Thanksgiving. My brother Nathan called me around noon from his job at the hardware store. Said they were selling generators like hotcakes because the weather service was predicting something nasty. I remember laughing it off. Told him people always panic over nothing. My wife Diane was already at the grocery store with our daughter Megan, who'd just turned 16 that October, grabbing last-minute ingredients for the holiday meal we were hosting. My parents were driving up from Kansas City the next day, and Diane's sister was bringing her kids from Omaha. We had the biggest house in the family, a 2-story colonial we'd bought after I made partner at the accounting firm, so holiday hosting duties usually fell to us. By 4 that afternoon, the temperature had dropped 40 degrees in 2 hours, and the rain that had been falling all morning turned into something between sleet and freezing rain that coated everything it touched. I left the office early when I saw co-workers scraping inch-thick ice off their windshields in the parking lot. The drive home usually took 20 minutes, but that day, it took me almost 2 hours, crawling along at 10 miles per hour, watching cars slide into ditches left and right. When I finally pulled into our garage, the power was already flickering, and Diane met me at the door with that worried look she gets when she's been watching too much local news. She said the weather guy was calling it a once-in-a-decade ice storm, and sure enough, just as I was hanging up my coat, everything went dark. We had candles and flashlights ready since power outages weren't uncommon in our neighborhood, but this was different. You could hear the ice accumulating on the trees outside, these sharp cracking sounds every few minutes as branches gave way under the weight. Megan was in the living room, wrapped in a blanket, complaining that her phone was at 12% battery and asking why we didn't have one of those whole house backup batteries like her friend Ashley's family. Nathan showed up around 7, just walked right in without knocking like he always did, carrying this red portable generator he'd snagged from the store. Said it was the last one on the shelf, some brand I'd never heard of, but it would keep our furnace running and maybe a few lights. He'd brought extra gas cans too, 4 of them, which he lined up against the garage wall like soldiers. The temperature inside the house was already dropping fast, maybe 60 degrees and falling, and you could see your breath in the hallway. Diane had pulled out every blanket we owned and made a nest in the family room where we all huddled together, eating cold sandwiches and trying to make the best of it. Nathan spent about an hour reading the generator manual by flashlight, then headed out to the garage to set it up. I helped him position it near the garage door, which we cracked open about 6 inches for ventilation, just like the manual said. The thing roared to life on the 3rd pull, sounding like a lawnmower on steroids, and within minutes, we had the furnace humming again and a few lights on in the main rooms. We all cheered like we'd just won the lottery, and Diane actually cried a little from relief. Round 9, Nathan decided to head home before the roads got any worse, though I tried to convince him to stay. His apartment was only 10 minutes away, but in these conditions, that meant almost an hour of white-knuckle driving. After he left, we settled in for the night, grateful for the warmth spreading through the house. Megan went up to her room first, said she had homework to finish before the break, though I knew she just wanted to charge her phone and text her boyfriend while she had power. Diane and I stayed up until maybe 11, playing cards by lamplight and listening to the ice storm rage outside. Every now and then, I'd go check on the generator through the door to the garage, making sure it had enough gas, and each time that steady rumble reassured me we'd make it through the night just fine. I woke up around 2 in the morning with the strangest headache, like someone had wrapped a belt around my skull and was slowly tightening it. My mouth was completely dry, and when I sat up, the room tilted slightly, not quite spinning but definitely unstable. I figured I was dehydrated from the dry furnace air and stumbled to the bathroom for water and ibuprofen. Diane was sleeping hard beside me, snoring louder than usual, which was odd because she rarely snored unless she was sick. On my way back to bed, I noticed our bedroom door was closed, which we never did because Diane liked the air circulation. Must have shut it without thinking, I told myself, though something nagged at me about that. The headache faded after a few minutes, and I drifted back to sleep, thinking about all the cooking we'd have to do tomorrow if the power came back. The next time I opened my eyes, pale gray light was filtering through the bedroom curtains, and my phone showed 7:43. The headache was back, worse than before, pounding behind my eyeballs like a drumbeat. Diane was already up, probably downstairs making coffee on the camp stove we kept for emergencies. I pulled on yesterday's clothes and headed for Megan's room to wake her up, since she could sleep through anything. Her door was closed too, and when I knocked, there was no response. Not unusual for a teenager who stayed up late, so I knocked harder, then finally just opened the door. She was still in bed, buried under 3 blankets, completely still. I called her name, walked over to shake her shoulder, and that's when I realized she wasn't just sleeping deeply. My mind went blank for a second, then exploded into action. Her skin had this grayish tint, and when I pulled back the blankets, she was completely limp. I screamed for Diane while checking for a pulse, found one, but it was weak and way too fast. Diane came running up the stairs, took one look, and immediately called 911 while I started CPR, the way I'd learned it years ago for a workplace safety course. The dispatcher kept asking questions Diane couldn't answer. What happened? Any medications? Any injuries? And all we could say was that she wouldn't wake up. The paramedics took 12 minutes to arrive, 12 minutes that felt like hours, with me doing chest compressions until my arms burned and Diane sobbing beside me. They pushed me aside, started working on her with practiced efficiency, got her on oxygen, started an IV, loaded her onto a gurney. One of the paramedics, a young woman with a tight ponytail, kept asking us questions while her partner worked on Megan. Any drugs in the house? Had she been drinking? Any history of seizures? And then she asked about heating, if we had any space heaters running or a fireplace going. I told her about the generator in the garage, and her face changed immediately. She grabbed her radio, said something about possible CO poisoning, then told her partner they needed to move now. She turned to us and said we needed to get out of the house immediately and wait outside for the fire department. Diane was already following the gurney, but the paramedic grabbed my arm, looked me straight in the eye, and asked if anyone else was in the house. When I said no, she asked about the generator again, where exactly it was, how long it had been running. I explained about the garage, the door cracked open for ventilation, running since about 8 the previous night. The fire department arrived just as the ambulance was pulling away with Diane and Megan inside. I wanted to follow them to the hospital, but the captain, a massive guy named Brennan according to his helmet, wouldn't let me drive. He had one of his crew checking me with some kind of meter while he asked more questions about the generator setup. The meter started beeping, and the firefighter showed it to Brennan, who immediately had me sit down on the bumper of the truck and put an oxygen mask on my face. He explained that I had elevated carbon monoxide levels in my blood, not critical, but enough that I shouldn't be driving. They went into my house with some equipment, came back out 10 minutes later shaking their heads. Brennan sat down next to me, pulled out a notebook and started explaining how carbon monoxide works, how it builds up in enclosed spaces, how that 6-inch gap we left wasn't nearly enough ventilation for a generator that size. He told me the readings in the house were still over 400 parts per million near the garage door, and probably much higher overnight when the generator was running full blast to keep the furnace going. The gas had seeped through the vents, the walls, even tiny gaps under doors, filling the house slowly while we slept. Megan's room was right above the garage, which is why she got the worst of it. He said we were lucky to be alive, that whole families have died from exactly this same mistake. The oxygen started clearing my head, and with that clarity came a crushing weight in my chest that had nothing to do with carbon monoxide. I kept thinking about Nathan bringing that generator, how proud we were when it started up, how we thought we were being so careful. Brennan must have seen it on my face because he put his hand on my shoulder, told me it happens more than people think, that generators kill more people during power outages than the actual storms do. A neighbor, George, from 2 houses down, drove me to the hospital while the fire department aired out our house. In the emergency room, they had me on high-flow oxygen for 3 hours while running blood tests every 30 minutes. Diane was in another room getting the same treatment, But Megan was in the ICU, on something called hyperbaric oxygen therapy. The doctor, a tired-looking woman who couldn't have been much older than Nathan, explained that Megan had severe carbon monoxide poisoning, that her levels were near fatal when she arrived. She said the next 24 hours would be critical, that even if Megan recovered, there could be neurological damage, problems with memory, coordination, things that might not show up for weeks. Diane and I took turns sitting with her in the ICU, watching machines breathe for her, holding her hand and talking to her like she could hear us, telling her about the Thanksgiving dinner we'd make when she got better, how her cousins were still coming, how we'd tell this story years from now and be grateful we survived it. Megan woke up on Thanksgiving morning, groggy and confused but awake, asking why she was in the hospital and why her head hurt so bad. The doctors ran test after test, checking her reflexes, her memory, her coordination, and everything came back normal, or close enough to normal that they called it a miracle. She didn't remember anything after going to bed that Tuesday night, just waking up in a hospital room with machines all around her. We spent Thanksgiving in the hospital cafeteria, eating dry turkey and lumpy mashed potatoes that tasted better than any meal I'd ever had because we were all there together, alive. Nathan came by with flowers he'd bought at a gas station, his eyes red from crying, apologizing over and over for bringing the generator. But I told him it wasn't his fault, that we all thought we were being safe. My parents and Diane's sister arrived that afternoon, and we had to explain everything again, watch their faces go from confusion to horror to relief. We were discharged Friday afternoon with strict instructions to install carbon monoxide detectors on every floor of the house, which seems so obvious now that I can't believe we didn't have them before. The power had come back Thursday morning while we were still in the hospital, and neighbors had already moved the generator out of our garage, left it sitting in the driveway like evidence at a crime scene. I sold it the next week to a guy who promised he'd only use it outside, far from any buildings, though part of me wanted to take a sledgehammer to it instead. Megan went back to school after Thanksgiving break, seemed completely fine, but Diane and I watched her constantly those first few weeks, looking for any sign of the delayed problems the doctor had warned us about. They never came, thank God, but even now, 2 years later, whenever there's a storm warning, whenever the power flickers, Diane and I look at each other with the same thought, remembering how close we came to losing everything because we thought 6 inches was enough. I run an IT consulting firm from my home office in Colorado Springs, and that November afternoon, I was deep in server migration planning when my phone rang. An unknown number, but potential clients often called from numbers I didn't recognize, especially now that business was picking up after 2 lean years. A woman with a flat professional voice asked if she could speak with Brandon Novak about an outstanding debt. Wrong number, I told her, but she insisted this was the number on file, then asked if I could just verify the address they had. Red flags everywhere. I hung up, blocked the number, and got back to my spreadsheets. 20 minutes later, another unknown number, different area code. Same script about debt collection and needing to confirm my address. By the time I went to bed that night, I'd received 14 calls from different numbers, all following the same pattern. Some were recorded messages, others had real people who knew my full name, middle initial included, and kept pushing for address confirmation. My wife Amy thought maybe someone with a similar name had given out a wrong number by mistake. We'd only been in this house for 18 months, having moved here after I left my corporate job to go solo with the consulting business. Our neighbors were mostly retired couples who kept to themselves, and we hadn't had any issues before this. I put my phone on silent and figured whoever they were looking for would eventually sort things out with the actual collection agency. Around 6 the next morning, I woke up to pounding on my front door, the kind that makes your heart jump before your brain catches up. Through the peephole, I saw 2 police officers standing on my porch, their breath visible in the cold morning air. When I opened the door, still in my pajama pants and old conference t-shirt from a tech summit, The younger officer asked if I was Brandon Novak. After I confirmed, he explained they'd received a 911 call about 40 minutes earlier from someone claiming to be me, saying I was having thoughts of self-harm and had access to firearms. The caller had provided my full name, this exact address, even my cell phone number. I stood there trying to process what he was saying while Amy appeared behind me, wrapping her robe tighter against the morning chill. The officers needed to come in, they said, just to verify everyone was safe, standard protocol for welfare checks. We spent the next 20 minutes convincing them that neither of us had made that call, that I didn't own any guns, and that I was perfectly fine mentally, just confused and increasingly concerned. The older officer, a sergeant with gray temples, took notes while I explained about the debt collection calls from the previous day. He nodded like he'd heard similar stories before, mentioned something about swatting and doxing becoming more common, though this seemed mild compared to some cases. They gave me a case number, suggested I file a report about the harassment, and left just as my neighbors were starting their morning routines, several of them watching from their driveways. Amy made coffee while I sat at the kitchen table, staring at my phone, and wondering who would go through this much trouble to mess with me. I couldn't focus on work that day, jumping every time my phone buzzed even though the calls had stopped completely after the police visit. Amy worked from the living room instead of her usual spot at the downtown law firm, said she didn't feel comfortable leaving me alone after what happened. We installed a Ring doorbell that afternoon, one of those video ones that sends alerts to your phone, and I spent way too much time checking the app every time a car drove past. The rest of the day passed without incident, just the two of us pretending to work while really just waiting for something else to happen. Around 9 that night, after we'd both given up any pretense of productivity and settled in to watch some mindless TV, I got a notification from the Ring app. Motion detected at your front door. The video feed showed our porch, dimly lit by the motion sensor light we'd installed last year. Nobody was there, but something had triggered it. I scrolled back through the recording and saw it, just for a second. A figure walking up to our door and placing something on the mat before quickly backing away, staying just out of range of the clear camera view. All I could make out was a dark jacket and what might have been a baseball cap. Amy was already calling the police while I stood at the window, trying to see if anyone was still out there. The street looked empty, just parked cars and the glow from porch lights. After 5 minutes of watching and waiting, I carefully opened the door, staying behind it like it was a shield, and looked down at the mat. There was a manila envelope, no writing on the outside, sealed with regular tape. I brought it inside using a pair of kitchen tongs, which felt ridiculous but also necessary somehow. Amy told me not to open it until the police arrived, but we both knew they wouldn't come quickly for a non-emergency envelope delivery. I held it up to the light, could see papers inside, what looked like printed documents. After debating for another minute, I put on latex gloves from Amy's cleaning supplies and carefully opened one end with scissors. Inside were about a dozen pages, printouts from various websites. The first was a screenshot of my LinkedIn profile, but edited, with my job history changed to include positions at companies I'd never worked for, including one that had been investigated for fraud 2 years ago. The next page was from a dating site I'd never heard of, with my photo and name but claiming I was divorced and looking for discreet encounters. Page after page of fabricated profiles, all using my real information mixed with lies, posted on job sites, forums, even a registry for sex offenders with my name and address, though thankfully that one was just a mock-up, not actually posted. The last page made my chest tighten in a way the others hadn't. It was a printed photo of our house taken during the day, probably with a phone camera from across the street. But someone had edited it, drawn red arrows pointing to different windows with labels like home office, master bedroom, and bathroom. In the corner, someone had written in pen, not printed but actually handwritten, "Nice setup, Brandon. We should talk about your consulting rates." Amy grabbed the pages from me when she saw my face change, and I watched her expression shift from concern to genuine fear as she flipped through them. She immediately started taking photos of each page with her phone, her lawyer instincts kicking in, documenting everything while muttering about harassment charges and restraining orders. We didn't sleep much that night, even with a patrol car doing periodic drive-bys as promised. Every sound outside had us checking the Ring app. Every car that slowed down made us peek through the blinds. Around 3 in the morning, Amy finally crashed on the couch while I sat in the kitchen with my laptop, searching for any of these fake profiles online. I found 2 of them still active, the dating site one and a forum post where I was offering discount IT services for cash only, no contracts needed. I took screenshots and started the process of reporting them, but most sites wanted extensive verification to remove content, and I knew it would take days or weeks. The worst part was not knowing why this was happening or who was behind it. I'd been through my client list 3 times, looking for anyone who might have a grudge, any project that had gone badly, but came up empty. Friday morning came too fast, and neither of us went to work. Amy called her office to say she had a family emergency, and I canceled my 2 video calls, claiming internet issues. We were drinking our 3rd pot of coffee when my phone rang, a local number I didn't recognize. Against Amy's advice, I answered it. A man's voice, rough like he'd been smoking for decades, asked if I was the Brandon offering IT services for cash. When I started to explain that was a fake post, he cut me off. Said he didn't care about that, but wanted to know if I was the same Brandon who used to work at Systematics Corp back in 2018. My whole body went cold. I had worked there briefly as a contractor for 4 months before the company imploded in a massive embezzlement scandal. I wasn't involved, had actually left 2 weeks before the FBI raids, but anyone connected to that place had their reputation damaged. The man chuckled when I went silent, said we definitely needed to meet, that he had a business proposition that would benefit both of us. I told him I wasn't interested in any proposition, and started to hang up when he said something that stopped me cold. He mentioned Amy's maiden name, the law firm where she worked, even the floor number of her office. Said it would be a shame if her colleagues found out about her husband's connection to Systematics, especially the encrypted files I'd supposedly helped hide before leaving. That was complete fiction. I'd never touched anything related to their financial systems, but he said he had documents that suggested otherwise. The call ended with him saying I had until midnight to reconsider, and that he'd be reaching out with instructions. Amy heard enough from my side to understand what was happening. This wasn't random harassment anymore. This was extortion. And whoever this was had done serious homework on both of us. That evening, while Amy was on the phone with a colleague who specialized in cybercrime, I noticed something on the Ring app that I'd missed before. Going back through the saved footage from the past few days, I saw the same car, a dark blue sedan with mud covering the license plate, had driven past our house at least 15 times since Wednesday. Always slowing down near our driveway, never stopping, just crawling past like they were checking something. I started downloading all the footage when the doorbell triggered again. This time the camera caught him clearly, a heavy-set man in his 50s with a gray beard and wire-rimmed glasses, wearing a Broncos cap and a brown leather jacket. He stood there for maybe 10 seconds looking directly at the camera with this slight smile, then held up a piece of paper with 11:47 p.m. written on it before walking away. Amy called the police immediately while I checked every door and window lock in the house. The responding officer, different from the morning crew, took one look at the video and called for backup. Within 20 minutes, we had 3 patrol cars on our street and a detective named Rivera sitting at our kitchen table, going through everything from the beginning. She recognized the description of the man from the video, said his name was Carl Brennan, a former private investigator who'd lost his license 5 years ago for illegally accessing personal records and selling them. He'd been connected to 3 other extortion cases but never convicted, always managing to stay just within the gray areas of the law. Rivera said he usually worked with someone else, a tech guy who handled the digital harassment while Carl did the physical intimidation. At 11:47 p.m. exactly, my phone buzzed with a text from a blocked number. Just an address, a warehouse district on the south side of the city, and the words, Come alone, or the files go public Monday. Rivera was already shaking her head before I finished reading it out loud. They'd set up surveillance on our house and would follow if Carl or anyone else showed up, but she strongly advised against going to that address. Amy was more direct, said I'd be an idiot to walk into what was obviously a trap, but Carl had done his homework too well. He knew about systematics, knew that even false allegations with fabricated evidence could destroy my business, especially in the small world of IT consulting, where reputation was everything. Rivera left 2 officers parked outside and gave us her direct number, said they'd be increasing patrols all night, and that a cyber crimes unit was already working on tracking the phone numbers and fake profiles. I didn't go to the warehouse. Instead, I did what I should have done from the beginning, used my actual IT skills to fight back. While Carl was waiting at whatever trap he'd set, I was working with an old colleague from my corporate days who specialized in digital forensics. We traced the fake profiles back to a specific IP address, found the digital fingerprints Carl's tech partner had left behind. By 4 a.m. Saturday morning, we had enough evidence that Rivera could get a warrant. Turns out Carl's partner was a guy named Dennis Huang, who ran a computer repair shop that was barely staying afloat. The police raided both the shop and Carl's apartment Saturday afternoon, found everything: the software they used for the robocalls, the templates for fake documents, even recordings of Carl bragging about previous extortion schemes he'd pulled on other former Systematics employees. The whole thing unraveled faster than I expected. Dennis flipped immediately, gave up everything about Carl's operation in exchange for a plea deal. They'd been running this scheme for 2 years, targeting anyone connected to corporate scandals, betting that most people would pay rather than risk their reputations. 7 other victims came forward once the arrests made the news. Carl got 8 years, Dennis got 3 with probation. The fake profiles took weeks to fully clean up, and I still occasionally get calls from lawyers offering to help with my debt situation, but my business survived. Amy and I moved 6 months later, not because we had to, but because we wanted to. The new house has better security, no basement access points, and neighbors who actually talk to each other. I still check the Ring app more than I should, and unknown numbers go straight to voicemail. But at least now when I see a car slow down near my driveway, it's usually just someone checking their GPS or looking for a house number, not someone documenting my life for their next extortion attempt. November always meant double shifts at Garrison's department store, and when Colleen asked if anyone could cover overnight inventory that Friday after Thanksgiving, I needed the extra cash too badly to say no. 26, and still paying off student loans from a journalism degree I never used. I spent most nights stocking shelves and folding endless racks of winter coats that customers would destroy again by morning. That particular Friday, the store had closed at midnight after the Black Friday chaos, and I arrived at 1 in the morning with my thermos of coffee and a podcast downloaded on my phone, thinking it would be just another boring shift counting merchandise in the stockroom, while the mall sat dark and empty around us. Garrison's had this eerie quality after closing that I'd gotten used to over the past 8 months of working there, but that night hit different from the moment I badged in through the employee entrance. Usually there'd be at least 3 or 4 people for overnight inventory, but Colleen had texted that she'd gotten food poisoning from her mom's turkey stuffing, and Brad's car had broken down on the highway coming back from his parents' place in Michigan. Just me and Hector from maintenance, she'd said, and he'd already started his rounds on the opposite end of the mall. I walked through the back corridors toward our department, passing the break room where someone had left half a pumpkin pie in the fridge with a post-it note saying free, and the familiar Muzak played through the overhead speakers at that barely audible volume they always forgot to turn completely off. My department was women's formal wear, right in the center of the 2nd floor, surrounded by those tall mannequins wearing sequined holiday dresses and velvet blazers that cost more than my rent. The overnight inventory list showed I needed to count everything in storage sections D through H, which meant about 4 hours of scanning barcodes and checking them against the spreadsheet on the tablet they'd given me. I started with the back corridor where we kept the overstock, boxes stacked to the ceiling with next season's spring collection, already waiting to replace all the winter merchandise. The fluorescent lights hummed that specific frequency that gave me headaches if I stayed back there too long, and I could hear the ventilation system cycling on and off, making the plastic inventory tags flutter against the boxes like tiny fingers tapping for attention. Around 2:30 in the morning, after I'd gotten through sections D and E, I decided to grab water from the vending machine near the customer service desk on the main floor. I walked out onto the sales floor, and that's when I noticed the mannequins for the first time that night. Really noticed them. We had about 40 of them in our department. These faceless white figures with their heads tilted at specific angles that corporate had mandated in some visual merchandising guide, all positioned to draw customers' eyes toward the featured collections. But standing there in the semi-darkness with only the emergency lighting and that faint music still playing, they looked like a crowd of people frozen mid-conversation, their blank faces somehow managing to convey expressions despite having no features at all. I grabbed my water quickly and headed back to the stockroom, telling myself I was being ridiculous, that I'd worked plenty of night shifts before without getting spooked by plastic display figures. Section F was taking forever because someone had mislabeled half the boxes during the last shipment, and I had to open each one to verify the contents matched the inventory codes. My phone battery was dying faster than usual, probably from the terrible signal in the stockroom, so I'd turned off my podcast to save power. Without that distraction, every sound seemed amplified in the quiet. The settling of cardboard boxes, the distant clank of pipes in the walls, and that endless muzak that had switched from instrumental Christmas songs to some generic jazz that sounded like it was recorded underwater. I was crouched between two tall shelving units scanning a box of cashmere scarves when the announcement system crackled to life above me, making me drop the scanner, which clattered against the concrete floor and skittered under the bottom shelf. At first I thought it was just feedback or maybe Hector testing the system, but then I heard the voice and my whole body went rigid because I recognized it immediately. "Attention Garrison shoppers. The time is now 10 o'clock and our store will be closing in 15 minutes. Please bring your final selections to the registers located at the front of each department. We thank you for shopping with us today and look forward to seeing you again soon. Garrisons, where style meets savings." It was the closing announcement, word for word, the same one that played every single night, except this time it was playing at 3 in the morning in a completely empty store. But that wasn't the worst part. Wasn't the thing that made me stand up so fast I knocked over an entire stack of boxes behind me. The voice making the announcement, that cheery professional voice echoing through the empty store, was mine. They'd recorded me doing the announcement 3 months ago when the regular girl, Janet, had quit without notice, and management needed someone with what they called a friendly but authoritative tone to record all the store messages. I'd spent an entire afternoon in the manager's office reading different scripts into a microphone while Keith from corporate fiddled with audio levels on his laptop, making me repeat phrases until my throat was raw. But hearing it now, at 3 in the morning, when I knew for certain that nobody was in the control room where the announcement system was operated, made every muscle in my body tense up. The message repeated again, my own voice bouncing off the walls of the stockroom, and this time I noticed something wrong with it, like the playback speed was just slightly off, making me sound hollow and strange, the way voices sound when you hear them through a long tunnel or from the bottom of a well. I grabbed my phone and called Hector's cell, but it went straight to voicemail, which wasn't unusual since reception was terrible in most parts of the building. My legs felt unsteady as I made my way out of the stockroom, through the swinging doors that led to the sales floor, trying to convince myself there had to be a logical explanation, maybe a computer glitch or someone playing a prank, though I couldn't imagine who would bother with something so elaborate. The announcement had stopped by the time I reached the sales floor, leaving only that quiet muzak and the hum of the escalators that never stopped running even after hours. I headed toward the stairs that led down to the first floor, where the security office was located, thinking I could check the cameras or at least find the overnight security guard, who was supposed to be monitoring everything from his desk. But as I passed through my department, something made me stop dead in my tracks, and I had to blink several times to make sure I was actually seeing what I thought I was seeing. Every single mannequin in the women's formal wear department had been turned around. When I'd walked through earlier to get water, they'd all been facing outward toward the aisles, positioned to display their outfits to anyone walking by, just like always. Now they were facing inward, 40 pale figures creating a circle around the central display platform, where we kept the featured holiday collection, their eyeless faces directed at the empty space in the middle, like they were watching something I couldn't see. The sequined dresses caught the emergency lighting and threw sparkles across the walls that moved slightly with the air circulation, creating the illusion of movement, of breathing, of life where there shouldn't be any. I took a step backward and bumped into something solid, nearly screaming before I realized it was just one of the jewelry display cases. But the sound I made, that sharp intake of breath, seemed to echo in the silence that had suddenly fallen over the store because even the music had stopped playing. My phone buzzed in my pocket, making me jump again, and I saw a text from an unknown number that just said, "Check the fitting rooms." I didn't recognize the number, and when I tried to call it back, I got an automated message saying the number was disconnected. The smart thing would have been to leave right then, just walk out through the employee exit and forget about the inventory, forget about the overtime pay, forget about everything except getting as far away from that store as possible. But something, maybe curiosity or maybe just the stubborn refusal to believe that anything genuinely threatening was happening, made me walk toward the fitting rooms at the back of our department. They were these small cubicles with heavy burgundy curtains instead of doors, 6 rooms in a row with a long mirror at the end of the hallway. And as I got closer, I could hear something that made me slow down, then stop completely. It was my voice again, coming from inside one of the rooms, but this time it wasn't the store announcement. This time it was a conversation I'd had with my mother on the phone 2 days ago, word for word, my side only, talking about how I was thinking about going back to school, how I was tired of retail, how I felt like I was wasting my life folding clothes for people who barely looked at me. The curtain of the middle fitting room was moving slightly, like someone had just brushed past it, and I could see a shadow underneath, the unmistakable shape of feet, except they weren't moving at all, just standing there perfectly still, while my recorded voice continued playing from inside. I reached for the curtain with trembling fingers, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat, and yanked it open in one quick motion. The fitting room was empty except for a small digital recorder sitting on the bench, the kind we used for taking inventory notes, playing that private conversation on a loop. But on the mirror, someone had written a message in what looked like dark red lipstick, the expensive kind we sold at the cosmetics counter for $40 a tube, and the words made my knees weak. "You looked better in the blue dress." Thursday, November 14th, 2:47 p.m. That was 2 weeks ago, a random afternoon when I'd tried on a dress from the clearance rack during my lunch break, alone in these same fitting rooms, or at least I'd thought I was alone. I grabbed the recorder and ran, not caring any more about logic or explanations or anything, except getting out of that store. As I sprinted through the departments, past the mannequins that seemed to turn their heads to track my movement, though I knew that was impossible, the announcement system crackled back to life. But this time it wasn't my voice. It was dozens of voices, all mine but from different recordings, different conversations, different phone calls, all spliced together into an incomprehensible cacophony of my own words, rearranged into new sentences that made no sense but somehow felt threatening, like someone had been collecting pieces of me for months, storing them up for this moment. The escalator was still running, and I took the steps 3 at a time, nearly falling when my foot caught on the metal grooves, and behind me I could hear footsteps, or what sounded like footsteps, that deliberate click of heels on tile that echoed through the empty store. Except the rhythm was wrong. Too many feet, like every mannequin in the building, had stepped off their platforms and started following me. The employee exit was on the first floor near the loading dock, and I slammed into the door so hard the impact knocked the wind out of me, fumbling with my keycard while those footsteps got closer, multiplying, surrounding me from different directions. The lock finally clicked open, and I burst out into the cold November air, not stopping until I reached my car parked under the single functioning streetlight in the employee lot. I sat there for 20 minutes with the doors locked and the engine running, watching the store through my rearview mirror, waiting to see anyone come out after me, but nothing moved except the occasional piece of trash blown by the wind. Finally, I called the police from my car, told them someone had broken into the store, that I'd heard intruders and fled for my safety. 2 officers arrived within 15 minutes, and I waited in my car while they searched the building with the security guard, who'd apparently been asleep in the break room the entire time and hadn't heard anything unusual. They found Keith from corporate in a storage room on the 3rd floor, surrounded by monitors and recording equipment he'd been using to spy on employees for the past 6 months. He'd installed hidden cameras in the fitting rooms, the break room, even the bathrooms, and had been living in the store after hours, sleeping in different storage areas, stealing food from the cafe, using employee key cards he'd copied to move around undetected. The police found hundreds of hours of recordings, not just of me but of every woman who worked there, spliced and edited into bizarre compilations he'd been uploading to private forums online. He'd been fired from 3 previous retail chains for similar behavior, but somehow kept getting hired because nobody ever pressed charges, just wanted him gone quietly. They arrested him that morning, and I gave my statement at the police station while still wearing my garrison's uniform, which I left balled up in their trash can on my way out, because I knew I'd never wear it again. The store closed permanently 2 months later after the lawsuit, and I heard they turned it into a gym or something, but I've never been back to check. I did go back to school though, studying cybersecurity now. Funny how things work out. And I always check for cameras wherever I go. Always listen for that subtle hum of recording equipment, because once you know someone's been watching you without your knowledge, you never really stop looking over your shoulder. Mom was arguing with the turkey when I walked through the door that Wednesday afternoon, wrestling the 20-pound bird into submission while muttering something about defrosting times and stubborn packaging. I just finished a 12-hour shift at the hospital in Tulsa and driven straight to my parents' farmhouse, still wearing my scrubs under my jacket because I knew she'd panic if I showed up late. The kitchen windows were fogged up from all the cooking, and through the condensation, I could see the wheat fields stretching endlessly under a sky that had turned an odd yellowish-gray color. Ashley, my younger sister, was stationed at the stove stirring gravy with one hand while bouncing her baby on her hip, and her 2 older boys were running circles around the dining table, their sneakers squeaking on the old linoleum. Dad had barricaded himself in the living room with the Weather Channel on, volume cranked up high enough that we could all hear the meteorologist discussing pressure systems and cloud formations. Strange thing about that afternoon was how still everything felt outside. Like nature had hit the pause button while we rushed around inside preparing for tomorrow's feast. Ashley's husband Robert was supposed to arrive later with his mother, and Mom kept checking her phone for updates from my brother Kevin, who was driving in from Arkansas with his new girlfriend none of us had met yet. The house felt alive with all this movement and anticipation, pots bubbling, oven timer beeping, kids yelling about who got to lick the beater from the mashed potatoes. I remember washing my hands at the sink, looking out at our old storm cellar about 50 yards from the house, its wooden doors covered in fallen leaves, and thinking how we hadn't opened that thing since I was probably 16, maybe 17, back when Dad still made us practice tornado drills every spring. Around 4:30, I was helping Ashley peel potatoes when the power flickered once, just quick enough to reset the microwave clock but not enough to worry about. Dad called out from the living room that the weather service had mentioned some cells developing to the southwest, but nothing heading our way. Maybe some rain later tonight at worst. The boys had moved their chaos outside, and through the window I could see them throwing a football around in that aggressive way kids do when they're trying to prove who's tougher. The air through the screen door felt thick and warm for November, almost like breathing through a wet towel, and Mom complained about her arthritis acting up, which she swore meant a storm was coming despite what the weatherman said. I stepped out onto the back porch to call the boys in for a snack, and that's when I noticed how the birds had gone completely silent. Not a single chirp, no crows calling from the fields, even the chickens in their coop had stopped their usual chatter. The sky to the west had turned this sick green color, like old copper, and the clouds were moving in different directions at different heights, creating this twisted, churning effect that made my chest feel tight. But there were no sirens, no emergency alerts buzzing on our phones, just this unnatural quiet that pressed against my eardrums. I called the boys again, louder this time, and they came running toward the house, their football abandoned in the yellowing grass. We'd barely made it inside when the windows started rattling in their frames, subtle at first, like a truck passing on a distant road, except there was no road close enough to cause that kind of vibration. Ashley looked up from the stove, her face suddenly pale, and asked if anyone else heard that low rumbling sound, like a freight train but wrong somehow. Too consistent, too close. Dad jumped up from his recliner and ran to the front door, yanking it open, and I'll never forget the way his whole body went rigid when he saw what was coming. Over his shoulder, I could see it too, a dark, writhing column dropping down from the clouds less than a mile away, tearing through the Johnsons' cornfield, throwing debris hundreds of feet into the air like confetti made of destruction. Everything happened so fast after that, but each second stretched out like minutes in my memory. Dad screaming for everyone to get to the cellar now, his voice cracking in a way I'd never heard before, not even when Grandpa died. Mom dropping the glass casserole dish, sending sweet potato chunks and broken ceramic across the floor. Ashley clutching her baby so tight he started wailing, her older boys standing frozen in the doorway, eyes wide as dinner plates. The power cut out completely then, plunging us into this eerie green-tinted darkness, and through the windows we could see transformers exploding in brilliant blue flashes down the road. The rumbling had become a roar, so loud it hurt your teeth, and the whole house started groaning like it was being squeezed in a giant fist. Mom was screaming about the pantry, pointing at the reinforced closet under the stairs where we kept the canned goods and cleaning supplies, saying it was closer, safer, we'd never make it to the cellar in time. But Dad was already pushing us toward the back door, yelling that the house wouldn't hold, that the pantry was a death trap. We had to get underground. I grabbed the two older boys, one under each arm, while Ashley struggled with the baby, and Mom stood paralyzed between the two options, her hands shaking as she looked back and forth between Dad at the back door and the pantry door just 10 feet away. The wind hit the house then, not gradually but all at once, like getting slammed by an invisible wall, and suddenly the kitchen window exploded inward, sending glass shards across the room where we'd been standing seconds before. Dad made the choice for all of us, grabbing Mom's wrist and dragging her toward the back door while shouting at me to run. Just run. Don't look back. The second we stepped outside, the wind tried to rip us apart, pulling at our clothes, our hair, making it impossible to breathe without turning your head sideways. The 50 yards to the storm cellar looked like 50 miles, the wooden doors barely visible through the horizontal rain that had started falling, mixed with dirt and pieces of corn stalks and God knows what else. I could hear metal screeching behind us, probably the barn roof peeling away like a tin can lid, and Ashley's oldest boy was screaming in my arms, his voice barely audible over the apocalyptic noise that surrounded us from every direction. Dad reached the cellar doors first, fighting against the wind to pull them open, the old hinges screaming in protest after years of neglect. The left door ripped completely off its hinges the moment he got it open, flying away into the chaos like it weighed nothing, but the right door held long enough for him to push Mom down the concrete steps into the darkness below. I practically threw the boys down after her, hearing them tumble and cry out. But there was no time to be gentle, no time for anything but survival. Ashley was right behind me with the baby, and we all crashed down those steps in a tangle of limbs and terror. The temperature dropping 20 degrees the moment we got below ground level. The musty smell of old earth and decades of spider webs filling our nostrils. Dad slammed the remaining door shut above us and wedged a 2x4 through the handle, just as something massive struck the ground where we'd been standing moments before, probably a piece of farm equipment or part of somebody's roof. The cellar was pitch black and we huddled together on the damp floor, feeling around for each other in the darkness while the world above us came apart. The noise was indescribable, like being inside a blender made of thunder and breaking glass, punctuated by impacts that shook dirt loose from the ceiling onto our heads. Mom was praying out loud, the Lord's Prayer over and over, while Ashley's baby screamed himself hoarse, and the older boys clung to whoever they could reach, their fingernails digging into skin through clothing. I could taste blood in my mouth from where I'd bitten my tongue during the fall, and my ankle throbbed from landing wrong on the concrete. But all I could think about was whether that single wooden door and rusty 2x4 would hold against whatever nightmare was passing overhead. It lasted maybe 3 minutes, though it felt like 3 hours, the tornado passing directly over us with a sound I can only describe as pure destruction given voice. At one point, the door above us lifted several inches despite the 2x4, and we could see a sliver of greenish light and swirling debris before it slammed back down, the wood cracking but miraculously holding. Then, just as suddenly as it had arrived, the roar began to fade, moving away toward the east, leaving behind an eerie silence broken only by the sound of rain pattering on what was left above us and the baby's exhausted whimpers. We stayed frozen in place for another 10 minutes, nobody brave enough to speak or move, until finally Dad used his phone's flashlight to illuminate our faces, all of us covered in dirt and cobwebs, eyes wide with shock but alive, every single one of us alive. When we finally emerged from the cellar, the landscape was unrecognizable, like someone had taken our farm and put it through a giant shredder. The house was still standing but missing half its roof, Mom's kitchen exposed to the sky like a dollhouse with its front wall removed. The barn was completely gone, just a concrete foundation with some twisted metal beams pointing at odd angles. Dad's truck had been thrown into the wheat field at least 200 yards away, sitting upside down like a dead beetle. But the weirdest thing, the detail that still gives me chills when I think about it, was Mom's turkey, the one she'd been fighting with just an hour earlier, sitting perfectly intact in its roasting pan on the kitchen counter, visible through the missing wall, not even shifted an inch from where she'd left it. We ended up having Thanksgiving at a motel in town, eating Chinese takeout because every restaurant was either damaged or overwhelmed with displaced families. But we were together, and after what we'd survived, orange chicken and fried rice felt like the finest feast in the world. When you sign up for an overnight stocking shift at Save More the week before Thanksgiving, nobody tells you about the silence. Not the peaceful kind either. The kind that presses against your eardrums and makes you aware of every single sound your body produces. I needed the extra money that year, simple as that. My landlord had just raised rent by $200, and my day job doing data entry at an insurance office barely covered groceries after bills. The overnight differential was an extra $4 an hour, and they were desperate enough to hire anyone willing to work from 11 at night until 7 in the morning. I showed up for my first shift on a Wednesday in late November, 3 days before Thanksgiving, wearing the ugly green vest they issued me and steel-toed boots I borrowed from my cousin. The store manager, a tired-looking woman named Veronica with graying hair pulled into a tight bun, gave me a 10-minute tour of the back room, showed me how to use the pallet jack, and told me the freezer alarm code before disappearing into her office. She mentioned I would be alone most nights since the other stalker, some guy named Julian, had quit 2 weeks prior without notice. That should have been my first red flag. The first few hours passed without incident. I unloaded boxes of canned goods, restocked the cereal aisle, and tried not to think about how the store felt like a massive tomb once all the customers left. The fluorescent lights hummed constantly, this low electrical drone that never quite faded into the background. Around 1 in the morning, the PA system kicked on with its looping advertisement about Black Friday doorbusters, the same cheerful voice repeating the same script every 12 minutes. Save More is your destination for Black Friday savings. Join us Friday morning at 5 a.m. for doorbuster deals you cannot miss. After the 5th time hearing it, I wanted to rip the speakers out of the ceiling, but the money kept me moving, kept me stacking boxes of pasta sauce and rotating stock like Veronica had shown me. The store layout was simple enough, 12 aisles plus the produce section up front and the meat and dairy cases along the back wall. I worked methodically, starting from aisle 1 and planning to move through them all before my shift ended. By 2 in the morning, I had made it to aisle 7, the snack aisle, when I heard it for the first time. The distinct metallic rattle of a shopping cart wheel. That specific sound of a cart being pushed slowly across linoleum tile. I stopped mid-reach, a box of crackers in my hands, and listened. The sound came from somewhere toward the front of the store, near the produce section. Then it stopped. I set the box down and walked toward the end of the aisle, poking my head out to scan the front area. Nothing. Empty checkout lanes, dark register screens, and the produce misters cycling through their timed spray sequence with a soft hiss. Maybe the building was settling, I told myself. Old stores make weird noises. Pipes, ventilation systems, the refrigeration units kicking on and off. I had read somewhere that big empty spaces play tricks on your hearing, that your brain tries to fill the silence with familiar sounds. That had to be it. I walked back to my cart of stock boxes and kept working, but I kept one ear tuned to the rest of the store now. For the next 20 minutes, everything stayed quiet, except for that looping PA announcement and the buzz of the lights. Then, as I was breaking down empty cardboard boxes with my box cutter, I heard it again. The cart sound, but closer this time. Aisle 9, maybe aisle 10. The sound was deliberate, not the random rolling of a loose cart drifting on uneven floor. This was the sound of someone pushing a cart at a leisurely pace, the way shoppers do when they are browsing. I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the empty store. "Hello? Store's closed." No answer. Just that damn PA system starting up again with its Black Friday spiel. I left my boxes and walked quickly toward the back of the store where the sound had come from, my boots squeaking on the waxed floor. When I rounded the corner into aisle 9, the baking aisle, it was empty. Bags of flour and sugar stared back at me from perfectly organized shelves. No cart, no person, nothing out of place. I stood there for a moment, my pulse ticking faster than I wanted to admit, and scanned the entire aisle from one end to the other. The fluorescent lights above flickered once, a brief stutter that made the shadows jump then steadied again. I checked aisle 10 next, then aisle 11, all empty. The rational part of my brain tried to convince me I was tired, that working overnight messes with your senses, that I probably heard the sound from outside the building. Maybe someone was pushing a cart through the parking lot, returning it to the corral. But it was 2:15 in the morning on a Wednesday night in late November. Who the hell would be in the parking lot? I made my way to the front windows and pressed my face against the cold glass, cupping my hands around my eyes to block the interior light. The parking lot stretched out dark and empty under the orange glow of the streetlights. My car sat alone near the employee entrance, covered in a thin layer of frost. Not another vehicle in sight. Not a person, not a cart, nothing moving at all. I went back to work because the alternative was standing around letting my imagination run wild, and I needed this job too much to walk out over some unexplained noises. Veronica had left me a list of priority items to stock before the morning shift arrived, and I was already behind schedule. I pushed my pallet jack toward the dairy section at the back of the store, where 3 pallets of milk and yogurt waited in the walk-in cooler. The cooler door was one of those heavy industrial things with a silver handle you had to really pull to open. Inside, the temperature dropped to maybe 38 degrees, and my breath came out in visible puffs. I worked quickly, loading my flatbed cart with milk crates when I noticed something odd. One of the security cameras mounted in the corner of the cooler, the small black dome kind that usually just blend into the ceiling, had a red light blinking on it. I had been in that cooler 3 times already tonight, and I swear that light had not been on before. Security cameras do not usually have visible lights, do they? I stared at it for a moment, that little red pinpoint blinking in a steady rhythm, and felt an uncomfortable sensation crawl up my spine. Someone was watching. Had to be Veronica in her office, checking the cameras to make sure I was not slacking off. That made sense. I grabbed my loaded cart and backed out of the cooler, letting the heavy door swing shut with a pneumatic hiss. When I turned around to head back into the store proper, I saw something that made my breath catch in my throat. At the far end of the store, in the frozen food aisle, someone was standing completely still between the glass freezer doors. A person, definitely a person, just standing there facing in my direction. They wore dark clothing, maybe a coat or a hoodie, and they were not moving at all. Not shopping, not walking, just standing there like a mannequin. My first instinct was relief, honestly. Finally, an explanation. Someone else was in the store, probably another employee I had not been told about, or maybe a manager doing a walkthrough. But then the relief curdled into something else when I realized whoever it was had been standing there silently while I had been calling out earlier. Why had they not answered me? Why were they just standing there now, motionless in the frozen food section at 2:30 in the morning? I abandoned my cart right there in the dairy section and started walking toward them, my footsteps echoing in the quiet store. "Hey," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady and friendly. "You scared the hell out of me. Did not know anyone else was here." The figure did not move, did not respond, did not even shift their weight. As I got closer, maybe 30 feet away now, I could see they were facing directly toward me, or maybe toward the dairy section I had just come from. Their posture was rigid, arms hanging straight at their sides. The PA system chose that exact moment to crackle to life again. Save More is your destination for Black Friday savings. I stopped walking when I got about 20 feet away, close enough now to see that the person was wearing a dark blue or black hoodie with the hood pulled up. Their face was in shadow, but I could feel them looking at me. Not glancing, not casually observing, but staring with an intensity that made every instinct in my body scream at me to back away. "Can I help you with something?" I tried again, and my voice came out thinner than I intended. Still nothing. No movement, no acknowledgement, no sign they had even heard me. The frozen food cases hummed loudly in the silence that followed, their motors working overtime to keep the temperature down. I could see my reflection in the glass doors behind the figure, distorted and ghostly. That was when I noticed their hands. They were not just hanging at their sides naturally. They were clenched into tight fists, the kind of tension you see in someone who is either terrified or furious. My throat went dry. This was not right. Nothing about this was right. I took a step backward, then another, keeping my eyes on the motionless figure. They still had not moved, had not even seemed to breathe. "I'm going to call the manager," I said, louder now, trying to project authority I did not feel. "You need to leave." The figure's head tilted slowly to the left, just a few degrees, like they were considering my words. That tiny movement was somehow worse than the stillness had been. I turned and walked quickly back toward the front of the store where Veronica's office was located, my heart hammering against my ribs. I did not run because some stupid part of my pride did not want to look like I was panicking, but I definitely moved faster than a casual walk. When I reached the office door, I knocked hard 3 times. "Veronica, we have a situation." No answer. I tried the handle and found it locked. I knocked again, harder this time, my knuckles stinging against the wood. "Veronica, are you in there?" Nothing. The whole office area was dark, and when I pressed my face against the small window in the door, I could see her desk chair was empty. Her computer was off. She was gone. Had been gone, probably since shortly after I arrived. My mouth felt like sandpaper. I was completely alone in this store with whoever or whatever that was standing in the frozen food aisle. The security office was next to Veronica's office, a small room with monitors showing different camera angles throughout the store. The door was unlocked, and I practically fell into the room, slamming it behind me. 6 monitors were mounted on the wall, each one cycling through different camera feeds every few seconds. I scanned them frantically, looking for the frozen food aisle. There, camera 3. The feed showed the frozen food section from an elevated angle, giving a clear view down the entire aisle. The figure was still there, still standing in the exact same position, facing toward the camera now. Toward me. But here is what made my heart nearly stop. As I watched the monitor, the figure raised one arm slowly, mechanically, and pointed directly at the camera. Not vaguely in that direction, directly at the lens, like they knew exactly where it was, like they knew I was watching. My chair squeaked as I jerked backward, nearly tipping over. I grabbed the edge of the desk to steady myself, my eyes locked on that screen. The figure held that position, arm extended, finger pointing, for what felt like an eternity but was probably only 10 or 15 seconds. Then they lowered their arm and turned, walking out of frame with stiff, deliberate steps. I cycled through the other camera feeds, my fingers slipping on the controls because my palms were slick with sweat. Camera 1 showed the front entrance, empty. Camera 2 showed the produce section, empty. Camera 4 showed the checkout lanes, empty. Camera 5 showed aisle 3, empty. Camera 6 showed the back stockroom, not empty. The figure was there, standing next to the loading bay door, the same rigid posture, facing directly toward camera 6, facing toward me again. How had they moved that fast? The stockroom was on the opposite end of the store from the frozen food section. It would have taken at least 2 minutes to walk that distance, but only seconds had passed since they left frame on camera 3. I did the only thing that made sense in that moment. I pulled out my phone and called 911. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it twice before getting it to my ear. The dispatcher answered on the second ring, a woman with a calm, professional voice asking about my emergency. I tried to explain, the words tumbling out in a jumbled mess about someone in the store, someone acting strange, someone who was not supposed to be here. She asked if the person had threatened me, if they had a weapon, if I was in immediate danger. I did not know how to answer that. They had not threatened me with words, had not shown a weapon, but every fiber of my being was screaming that I was in danger. "Just send someone," I finally said, my voice cracking. "Please, just send the police." She assured me a unit was on the way and told me to stay on the line, to lock myself in a safe place and not confront the intruder. I kept my eyes on the monitors while she spoke. The figure remained in the stockroom, motionless again. That same awful stillness. Then the screen went black. Not just camera 6, all of them. Every monitor shut off simultaneously, plunging the security office into darkness except for the faint glow of my phone screen. The hum of the monitors died, replaced by a silence so complete it felt like pressure in my ears. I sat in that dark security office with the dispatcher still talking in my ear, asking if I was okay, if I was still there. I whispered that the power had gone out, that I could not see anything, and she told me to stay calm, that officers were 3 minutes away. 3 minutes felt like 3 hours. I stared at the dark monitors, my phone providing the only light, and listened. Listened for footsteps, for breathing, for that damn cart sound, for anything that would tell me where the figure was now. The store had gone completely silent. Even the PA system had stopped its loop. No fluorescent buzz, no refrigeration hum, nothing. Then I heard it. Not a cart this time, footsteps. Slow, measured footsteps in the hallway outside the security office, coming closer. The dispatcher was saying something about staying hidden, about not making noise, but I could barely process her words. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. I could see the shadow of feet blocking the light from under the door frame. Someone was standing there, standing and waiting. My breath came in short, shallow gasps that I tried desperately to quiet. The door handle rattled once, tested, locked. Thank God I had locked it. The shadow remained for what might have been 30 seconds or 5 minutes. Time had lost all meaning, and then the footsteps retreated back down the hallway. I did not move, did not breathe, did not do anything except grip my phone and pray that the police would arrive before that door opened. When I finally heard sirens in the distance growing louder, approaching the store, I almost cried with relief. The footsteps had long since faded, and the store remained dark and silent. Red and blue lights began flashing through the front windows, painting the walls in alternating colors. I heard car doors slam, voices shouting, and then heavy footsteps, multiple sets, moving through the store. "Police, if anyone is in here, make yourself known." I unlocked the security office door and stumbled out into the hallway, nearly colliding with 2 officers who had their flashlights raised. They brought me outside while 3 more officers swept the building, searching every aisle, every corner, every possible hiding place. I stood in the parking lot wrapped in a blanket someone had given me, watching them work. 40 minutes later, they emerged with their report. The store was empty, no signs of forced entry. No evidence of anyone else being inside, no figure in a hoodie, nothing. They found the main breaker had been flipped off, which explained the power outage and the dead cameras, but they could not explain who had done it or why. The loading bay door in the stockroom, they told me, had been unlocked from the inside. Someone had definitely been in there. Someone had gotten in, moved through that store like they owned it, and left without a trace. The police filed a report, checked the recordings from before the cameras died, but the footage showed nothing useful. Just me working alone in empty aisles. I never went back for another shift. Veronica called me the next day, annoyed that I had abandoned my post, and I told her exactly what happened. She went quiet for a long time before saying that Julian, the guy who quit 2 weeks before me, had reported similar experiences on his last few nights. Carts moving on their own, sounds he could not explain, a feeling of being watched. She had not mentioned it during my training because she thought he was just trying to get out of his contract. I hung up on her. Savemore hired someone new within a week, and I heard through a friend of a friend that they did not last long either. Whatever was in that store, whoever was playing that sick game, I want no part of it. I took a pay cut and went back to just my day job. Some extra money is not worth that kind of terror. Finals week had just crushed me when I posted in that Riverside County Buy Nothing group, asking if anyone had a dolly I could borrow. My roommate Ivy and I were moving a busted futon out of our dorm before Thanksgiving break, and the campus maintenance guys wanted $40 just to haul it to the dumpster. $40 I definitely didn't have. I'd turned 19 3 weeks earlier, and my birthday money from my parents had already gone toward textbooks I should have bought used. The futon had been free off someone's curb back in August, so paying to get rid of it felt like some kind of cosmic joke. Within 10 minutes of posting, this guy named Connor messaged me saying he had a moving dolly and could help me load the futon into a truck if I needed. His profile looked normal enough. Pictures of him at what looked like a Padres game, a photo with an older couple who I assumed were his parents, a few shots of him hiking somewhere with red rocks in the background. He worked in IT support according to his page. 26 years old. He seemed harmless, maybe even nice for offering to help a stranger. We messaged back and forth for a few days, just logistics stuff about when I needed the dolly and whether I had access to a vehicle. He mentioned he lived pretty close to campus, just off Village Drive near that shopping center with the Trader Joe's everyone always mobbed on Sundays. Said I could swing by and grab the dolly myself, or he could drive it over and help me move the futon since it was a 2-person job anyway. I was hesitant at first because, stranger danger and all that. But Ivy was going to be with me and it was the middle of the day. Plus, this dude had like 400 friends on Facebook and photos going back years. Serial killers don't usually maintain that kind of social media presence, right? That's what I told myself anyway. We settled on Wednesday afternoon, November 9th. He'd meet me at my dorm. We'd load up the futon in his truck and he'd help me dump it. Simple, free. I even felt a little guilty for being suspicious of someone just trying to be helpful. Wednesday morning, Ivy texted me that she'd gotten called in for an emergency shift at the campus library. Some girl had quit without notice, and they were desperate. Ivy needed the hours anyway, so I told her not to worry about it. I'd just meet Connor myself, get the futon loaded, and be done in 30 minutes tops. When he pulled up in a blue Toyota Tacoma around 2 in the afternoon, he looked exactly like his photos. Average height, brown hair, wearing a gray hoodie and jeans. He had this friendly, easygoing smile, and immediately started apologizing for not bringing the dolly after all. Said he'd forgotten it was actually his roommate's, and the guy had taken it to help his girlfriend move that same day. Total coincidence, super sorry, but he had moving straps in his truck that would work even better for a futon. The way he said it was so casual and apologetic that I didn't think twice. We carried the futon down 3 flights of stairs, and yeah, those straps actually did make it easier. He kept making jokes about how this thing probably weighed more than both of us combined and asking what the hell futons were even stuffed with. Concrete mix? I laughed. He seemed genuinely funny, not creepy at all. When we got the futon loaded in his truck bed, he asked if I wanted to grab coffee after we dumped it. Said there was a good place near his apartment and he'd buy since I was a broke college student and he remembered those days. I almost said yes because honestly, he'd just helped me haul furniture for free and seemed like a decent person. But something made me hesitate, not in a scared way, more in a, I have a ton of studying to do and I look like garbage right now way. I told him maybe another time. I really had to hit the books. He didn't push it at all, just said no problem and asked where the dumpster was. I directed him to the big waste area behind the dining hall. But when we got there, he frowned and said the dumpster was completely full, which it was. There was already furniture and trash piled around it. He suggested we could take it to the actual dump site across town, but that would cost a fee. Or, he said, he had storage space in his apartment complex where we could leave it temporarily, and he'd deal with it later. He lived 5 minutes away. It seemed reasonable. I'd already taken up so much of his time. I said, sure, that would be great. Thank you so much. He smiled that same friendly smile, and we drove toward Village Drive. His apartment complex was one of those newer builds with the fake stone facades and names that try to sound fancy. Parkside Terrace or Parkview Terrace, something like that, even though there wasn't a park anywhere near it. He pulled into a spot and said the storage area was actually in the basement near his unit. Easier to just go through his place than walk all the way around the building. Made sense. I followed him up an exterior staircase to the 2nd floor. The hallway smelled like someone had burned popcorn recently and was trying to cover it with air freshener. He unlocked his door, number 2G, and held it open for me to walk in first. The apartment was weirdly clean, like suspiciously clean for a 26-year-old guy living alone. No dishes in the sink, no clutter, everything organized. Beige couch, glass coffee table, flat screen mounted on the wall. A few framed prints of generic landscape photos. It looked like a staged apartment in a rental ad. He walked past me toward what I assumed was the storage closet or basement access, and I heard the door click shut behind me. Not slam, just that soft, final click of a door closing on its own. I turned around and tried the handle. Locked. The kind of lock that needed a key from the inside too. One of those deadbolts. My heart started doing this weird flutter thing, but I kept my voice normal when I asked him if the door locked automatically. He was standing in the kitchen area now, maybe 10 feet away, and he looked at me with this completely calm expression. Said, yeah, it's a security feature. Lots of apartments have them now. Fire hazard though, he added, almost like it was a joke. Then he asked if I wanted water or anything. His voice was still friendly, still casual, but something had shifted in the air. I couldn't pinpoint what exactly. I said, no thanks, I really should get going soon. I had a study group at 4. He nodded slowly and said, sure, but then he asked me if I'd noticed anything weird about our conversations. The way he said, our conversations, made my spine go rigid. Plural, like there had been more than just the Facebook messages. I told him I didn't know what he meant. My phone was in my back pocket and I was calculating how fast I could unlock it and dial 911 if I needed to. He walked toward the couch and picked up his laptop from the coffee table, opened it, and turned the screen toward me. It was our Facebook message thread. All of it. Screenshots going back to that first day I'd posted about the dolly. But there were other screenshots too, ones I didn't recognize. Photos of me walking across campus, me sitting outside the student union with my coffee, me and Ivy at the dining hall. My throat went completely dry. He scrolled down and there were more. Text messages. My text messages. Conversations I'd had with Ivy, with my mom, with a guy named Troy from my biology class who I'd been casually texting. Messages I'd sent from my phone. Private messages. He'd been reading everything. He asked me, in that same calm voice, if I knew how easy it was to clone someone's phone data, if you had the right software. Said he worked in IT, like I knew. And it was honestly scary how much access people didn't realize they were giving away. When I'd clicked on that link he'd sent me last week, the one that was supposed to be photos of his truck so I'd recognize it, that's all it took. One click. He had everything. I couldn't form words for a second. My brain was trying to process what he was showing me, what he was saying. He'd been reading my texts for over a week. He knew where I went, who I talked to, what I said in private. He knew Ivy wasn't coming today because he'd read her text to me that morning. He'd planned this. The dolly, the dumpster being full, all of it. My voice came out shaky when I asked him what he wanted, why he was doing this. He closed the laptop and set it down gently, then sat on the arm of the couch. Said he wasn't doing anything, really, just wanted to meet me in person, have a real conversation without all the performance people do online. He said I seemed interesting, genuine, not like other girls who were obsessed with their image. He'd been watching my social media for months, actually, since before I even posted in that group. Saw me comment on something back in September and started following my activity. He knew my schedule, my major, where I like to eat lunch. The Facebook post about the futon was just a perfect opportunity. He called it serendipity. I wanted to throw up. I forced myself to stay calm even though every instinct was screaming at me to panic. I asked him, as steadily as I could manage, to please unlock the door so I could leave. Told him I wouldn't tell anyone about any of this. I just wanted to go home. He tilted his head like he was considering it, then said he would, absolutely. But he wanted to show me one more thing first. He pulled out his phone and opened a recording app, pressed play. It was my voice from 20 minutes ago in his truck, talking about my studying, laughing at his jokes about the futon. Then my voice from earlier in the week, audio from a phone call I'd had with my mom about Thanksgiving plans. He'd recorded everything, every conversation we'd had in person, every phone call I'd made in the past week. He said he liked to keep records, to document connections. Made them more real somehow, more permanent. He looked genuinely proud of himself, like he'd shown me something impressive rather than absolutely terrifying. That's when I realized he genuinely didn't think he was doing anything wrong. In his mind, this was normal. This was just him being thorough, being interested. That scared me more than anything else, that total disconnect. My hand moved to my pocket, but he noticed immediately. Told me not to bother with my phone because he'd disabled my cellular connection remotely about 5 minutes ago. Could turn it back on whenever he wanted. He said it so matter-of-factly, like he was explaining how to use a coffee maker. Then he stood up and walked closer to me, not threatening, just casual, and said we should sit down and talk for real. Get to know each other without screens between us. He'd made tea earlier, it was probably still warm. The way he was acting, like this was a normal social interaction, like I was a guest who'd come over willingly, made my skin feel wrong on my body. I backed up until I hit the door. Told him I really needed to leave right now. My voice cracked on the last word. He sighed, and for the first time, he looked annoyed. Said I was being dramatic, that he wasn't going to hurt me, he just wanted to talk. Why was everyone always so paranoid these days? He gestured toward the couch again, more insistent this time. Sit down, please. I didn't sit. Instead, I did the only thing I could think of. I started talking. Told him okay, I'd stay and talk, but could I please just let someone know where I am first? Ivy would worry if I didn't check in. He considered this, then said no. That would defeat the purpose. Nobody else needed to know about our time together. This was private, but I kept pushing, kept my voice as calm as I could. Said if I didn't text Ivy in the next 10 minutes, she'd already know something was wrong because we had a system. We always told each other where we were. Complete lie, but I sold it. Told him she knew I was here at Parkside Terrace, apartment 2G, with someone named Connor from the Facebook group. His expression changed slightly. That annoyed look turned into something more calculating. He asked when I'd told her that. I said this morning before Ivy left for work. Texted her his address just in case. Another lie, but a good one. He stared at me for a long moment, and I could see him working through the implications. If I was telling the truth, someone knew exactly where I was. Someone who would notice if I disappeared. He walked back to the kitchen area, put some distance between us, and I watched him think. The apartment was completely silent except for the hum of the refrigerator. Finally, he said, fine. He'd let me go, but I needed to delete all our Facebook messages first, right now in front of him, and I couldn't tell anyone about the phone cloning or the recordings. If I did, he'd release every private message I'd ever sent to everyone I knew. My family, my professors, everyone. He had them all backed up in multiple places. He said this without any emotion, like he was negotiating a business deal. I agreed immediately. Took out my phone, which suddenly had service again, and deleted our entire message thread while he watched. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely tap the screen correctly. But I got it done. He seemed satisfied. Walked to the door, unlocked it with a key from his pocket, and opened it. Told me it was nice meeting me in person. Hoped we could stay in touch. I didn't respond. Just walked out of that apartment as fast as I could without running, down the stairs, across the parking lot, and I didn't stop moving until I was 6 blocks away. I called Ivy from a Target parking lot and told her everything. She wanted me to go to the police immediately, but I was terrified of what he'd do with those messages if I reported him. Some of them were embarrassing. Private stuff I'd said about people, complaints about professors, personal things about my family. The idea of everyone seeing those made me feel sick, but Ivy convinced me we at least needed to document what happened, even if I didn't file charges right away. We went to campus police together that evening. I brought my phone, showed them the deleted Facebook messages that were still in my archive, explained about the cloned data and the recordings. The officer who took my report was this older woman, Officer Stephanie Reeves, and she didn't dismiss me or act like I was overreacting. She said this was illegal on multiple levels: unauthorized access to electronic communications, stalking, false imprisonment. She explained that even if he had my messages, releasing them as revenge would be another crime, and that he'd be facing serious charges already. That helped. Knowing he'd actually committed crimes, that this wasn't just me being paranoid or dramatic like he'd said. Campus police contacted the local department, and they got a warrant for his apartment within 48 hours. Turns out I wasn't the first person Connor had done this to. They found data from 3 other women on his laptop, all college students from the area, all people he'd connected with through various online groups over the past 2 years. None of them had reported him because he'd used the same leverage on them, threatened to release private information if they told anyone. One girl had graduated and moved to Arizona specifically to get away from him. The detectives found recording equipment, backup drives, printed photos, everything meticulously organized in folders with our names on them. He'd built an entire system. Connor was arrested and charged with multiple felonies, including wiretapping, computer fraud, stalking, and unlawful restraint. His bail was set high enough that he couldn't pay it. The prosecutor told me he'd likely take a plea deal to avoid trial. And he did. 18 months in county jail, followed by 3 years probation, mandatory counseling, and a permanent restraining order. He's also a registered offender now in the state database. I grew up in a quiet town tucked between old coal hills and maple woods in Pennsylvania, the kind of place where everyone knows whose truck that is by the sound of its engine. Back then, I was working part-time at a diner off the main road, pulling double shifts before Thanksgiving week. My nights usually ended around 11, walking home with the cold biting through my jacket and that faint smell of fuel always drifting from Murphy's Auto Repair down the street. Murphy's had been there forever. A squat gray building with a single flickering sign and 3 gas pumps that hardly worked in the winter. That night, just after midnight, I was sitting in my kitchen reheating leftovers when the sound hit. A deep, violent crack that made the window panes flex. For a second I thought a plane had gone down or something exploded in the hills. The lights flickered once, then the world outside glowed orange through the frost on the glass. I ran out barefoot, the air thick with the chemical tang of burning rubber and gasoline. From the corner of Maple Street, I could see flames clawing up the side of Murphy's garage like they were alive. People started spilling out of their houses, shouting names, pulling on coats. The volunteer fire trucks arrived fast. This town might be small, but everyone took pride in showing up when it mattered. The air was chaos, sparks popping, hoses hissing, and the low roar of fire devouring metal. I remember seeing old Tom Murphy himself, standing across the street in his slippers, just staring. He didn't say a word, didn't move toward the building, even when one of the firefighters yelled his name. It struck me as strange, his silence, the way he clutched a set of keys like he couldn't let go. By the time the flames were finally out, the garage looked like a skeleton. The smell was unbearable, something between melted plastic and diesel smoke. Everyone assumed it was some kind of electrical issue or maybe a gas leak, but the firefighters seemed uneasy. They taped off the whole area and kept the rest of us back. Around 2 in the morning, I overheard one of them muttering that they'd found signs someone had been siphoning fuel from the underground tanks. That part didn't make sense. Hardly anyone in town even knew how to open those access caps, let alone pull gas from them. The next morning, the whole town felt different. You could smell the burned rubber half a mile away, and the air had that weird stillness that comes after something big happens. Everyone had a theory. Some said it was teenagers fooling around. Others whispered about insurance money. When I went to grab breakfast at the diner, half the customers were talking about the fire like it was a movie they'd all seen from different angles. Then Tom Murphy walked in, looking like he hadn't slept at all. His face was pale, his hand still stained with soot, but what caught my attention was how calm he seemed, almost rehearsed, like he was already telling a story he'd practiced all night. He sat at the counter and told the waitress that his security cameras had malfunctioned earlier that evening, that the system had automatically wiped the footage before the explosion. No one said anything for a second. You could hear the ceiling fan turning. Then someone asked if he'd called his insurance company, and he just nodded slowly, staring into his coffee. Something about it didn't sit right with me. Murphy wasn't the kind of guy who believed in coincidences, but he kept repeating that word, accidentally, like he wanted to convince himself more than anyone else. That night, I couldn't sleep. The smell of gas seemed stronger in my house than it had any right to be, even with the windows closed. I kept thinking about the timing, how the cameras went down hours before the fire, how he'd been standing across the street without a single burn, holding those keys. Around 1 a.m., I put on my jacket and walked back toward the site. The fire trucks were gone, but the tape still fluttered in the wind. The metal was still warm when I got close enough to feel it radiating through my jeans. A few stray tools were scattered in the gravel, a socket wrench, a glove, and an old siphon pump lying half-melted near the fence. While I was standing there, a pickup turned the corner, its headlights sweeping across the debris. I recognized it right away. It belonged to a guy named Eli who used to work at Murphy's before quitting last spring. He slowed down when he saw me, rolled his window halfway, and asked what I was doing there. His voice sounded rough, almost defensive. I told him I was just looking, couldn't sleep. He nodded once and said, "Some folks shouldn't dig too deep, kid," before driving off. His words stuck with me the whole walk home, echoing louder than the wind. 2 days later, the investigators showed up from the state fire marshal's office. They parked a white van by the curb and spent hours digging through the rubble while half the town watched from the sidewalk. By noon, rumors were already flying. Someone claimed they'd found tire tracks leading into the back lot. Someone else swore they'd seen Murphy at the shop late the night before the explosion. The weirdest part? Every time someone mentioned the missing footage, Murphy brushed it off like it was no big deal. Said the system had been acting up for months. But when I asked one of the firefighters if that was true, he frowned and said, "Funny thing, I helped install those cameras last summer. They were brand new." That evening, the town's power went out for almost an hour. I sat on my porch, listening to the faint hum of generators kicking in around the neighborhood. The darkness made me uneasy, not just because of the fire, but because everything suddenly felt too quiet. I could see the outline of the ruined shop down the block, barely visible against the sky. For a second, I thought I saw movement inside the wreck, like someone holding a flashlight. But when I blinked, it was gone. A minute later, a car door slammed somewhere, and I caught a whiff of gasoline, sharp and raw. By morning, the news spread that someone had broken into the taped-off area during the night. The police said nothing was taken, but one of the inspector's toolboxes had been opened and left half submerged in the puddles near the pumps. When I passed by, I noticed fresh footprints leading away toward the woods behind the lot. The mud was deep from last night's rain, but you could see the tread marks clearly. Heavy boots, definitely a man's. What unsettled me most was the pattern. It looked like he'd been pacing, going back and forth between the tanks before finally disappearing into the trees. That same afternoon, I ran into Eli again at the gas station near the highway. He looked exhausted, eyes red like he hadn't slept. He asked if people were still talking about the explosion, and when I said yes, he sighed and muttered, "Murphy shouldn't have kept those drums down there." I asked what he meant, but he just stared at the counter for a long time, tapping his thumb against the register. Then he whispered, he knew what was leaking. He just didn't want to pay to fix it. Before I could say anything else, he grabbed his pack of cigarettes and left without looking back. That night, I couldn't shake what Eli said. I went down to the public records office the next day during my lunch break to check something. Murphy's auto had been cited twice that year for unsafe fuel storage, both times marked as unresolved. The inspector's notes mentioned corrosion around the underground tanks and the possibility of vapor leaks. The realization hit me hard. Maybe whoever was siphoning gas wasn't just stealing. Maybe they were trying to drain it before something worse happened. But if that were true, why erase the footage? Why pretend nothing was wrong? A week later, heavy rain washed most of the debris away, but the smell of fuel still lingered. People started moving on, decorating for the holidays, pretending life was back to normal. Murphy reopened what was left of the office to handle paperwork, but it looked more like he was packing to leave town. One afternoon, I saw him loading boxes into a rented van, eyes darting up and down the street. When he noticed me watching, he waved, a stiff, nervous gesture, then disappeared inside. That was the last time I saw him. By morning, the van and the sign from the front lot were both gone. Months passed before anyone heard anything new. Then, in the spring, workers digging a new drainage line behind the old shop uncovered a buried drum, one of those industrial-grade fuel containers, rusted through and leaking sludge into the dirt. The city had to call in an environmental crew to contain it. I stopped by while they were working, curious, and one of the guys mentioned there were initials burned into the metal cap. TM, Tom Murphy. When I asked if it was recent, he shook his head. Old, real old, probably buried before those pumps were even installed. No one ever saw Murphy again. Some said he moved down south. Others whispered that he never left, that he'd built those tanks himself years ago and the ground finally caught up to him. Every now and then when the wind blows from that direction, you can still smell it, that faint sting of gasoline in the cold air. I don't know if it's my imagination or something seeping out from underground, but I swear, every time it hits, I can almost hear that explosion again, echoing through the hills like the town's trying to remind us we never really knew what burned that night. I'd gone up to my parents' lake house that weekend mostly to clear my head. They'd retired to Florida a few years ago, but the place in northern Wisconsin was still standing, quiet, still, and tucked between rows of pine trees that swayed like they were whispering to each other. I worked remotely then, designing websites, and I'd been running on caffeine and no sleep for weeks. That little gray cabin felt like the perfect spot to just disconnect, make some soup, maybe read by the fireplace. The lake was half frozen already, the kind of dull silver that reflected nothing back. You could walk outside and hear nothing except the creak of the dock or a crow in the distance. It was peaceful in a way that felt almost heavy. The first morning I noticed the footprints, I didn't think much of them. They started near the tree line and ended right at the edge of the porch, big enough to belong to a grown man but smeared like someone had stepped in mud and dragged their heel. The ground around the lake gets soft after it rains, and I figured maybe a raccoon or stray dog had wandered through and messed up the pattern. Still, it looked weird. The shape wasn't pawed or split, just human, barefoot too. It was November, and the nights dropped below freezing, so that should have been impossible. I remember squatting down, touching the edge of one print, and feeling how crisp the outline was. It hadn't frozen yet, meaning it was fresh. The next day there were more. Same path, same ending, right at the back porch steps. That morning I made coffee and tried to laugh about it, texting my friend Leah a picture with the caption, "Guess I've got a Bigfoot fan." She told me to buy a trail cam and joked that I'd make the news. But there was something about the way the print stopped exactly at the door that started to bother me. It was too deliberate, like someone was walking up and turning back over and over just before reaching the house. I checked the locks twice that night, even though the nearest neighbor was over half a mile away. That evening I curled up on the couch with a blanket, watching the light from the TV flicker across the windows. The lake outside looked like a dark sheet of glass, and every now and then, the old dock moaned as if something heavy shifted against it. Around midnight, I turned the TV off and walked into the kitchen for some water. That's when the motion light outside blinked on, bright, sudden, cutting across the back porch. I froze halfway through the room, staring through the glass door, expecting to see a deer or a raccoon scurrying off. But behind the patio chairs, half hidden by the shadows, was a shape. Someone crouched low, hands pressed against the decking, just waiting. I didn't move for what felt like a full minute. The light buzzed softly, throwing harsh white against the glass, and that shape stayed perfectly still. My first thought was that it had to be a prank, maybe some local kid or a hunter lost from the trails. But the longer I watched, the clearer it became that whoever it was knew I could see them. Their head tilted slightly, like they were studying the reflection, trying to figure out if I was standing there or not. My pulse started thudding in my ears. I reached for my phone on the counter, but the second I turned my body, the light clicked off, plunging everything into black again. When it came back on, nothing. The porch was empty, no footprints visible through the glass, just the soft hiss of wind rolling off the lake. I barely slept that night. Every sound, the groan of the floorboards, the distant pop of ice shifting near the dock, had me sitting upright, listening. At around 3 in the morning, I finally dozed off on the couch with the lamp still on. When I woke up, the footprints were there again, but this time they circled the porch twice before stopping at the door. Whoever it was had come back after the light went off. I called Leah and told her, trying to sound casual, but my voice kept catching. She offered to drive up, but I told her I'd be fine. It was broad daylight, and nothing ever really happens out there, right? By afternoon, I convinced myself it had been some weird coincidence. Maybe a fisherman cutting through the woods, someone curious about the cabin. I tried to work, but I kept glancing out the window every few minutes. Around sunset, I took the flashlight and stepped outside for the first time since the night before. The air was biting cold. The prints were still there, but they stopped abruptly near the deck railing, as if the person had just vanished. I followed them with my light, and about 10 feet into the trees, I found a crumpled soda can and a torn strip of fabric caught on a branch. It looked like part of a flannel shirt, faded red. I pocketed it without thinking, then regretted it the moment I got back inside. That night I kept the living room light on and sat near the window, waiting. It was almost 1 a.m. when the motion light snapped on again, flooding the porch. My breath caught when I saw the figure back in the same spot, crouched low, one hand gripping the leg of the patio chair. This time, he lifted his head slowly, just enough for the light to catch his face. His skin looked pale like wet paper, and his mouth hung slightly open. But his eyes were what froze me. He wasn't looking at the door. He was staring directly at the side window where I was sitting. The light flicked off again after a few seconds, and in that brief darkness, I swear I heard the boards creak under his weight, moving closer. I backed away from the window and grabbed my keys, but my hands felt useless. Every sound in that house seemed amplified. I locked myself in the bathroom, sat on the cold tile, and tried to calm down. After what felt like forever, I forced myself to peek through the blinds again. The light outside was still off, but the chairs on the porch had shifted. One was turned toward the door, like someone had dragged it an inch closer. I didn't hear a car, no crunch of footsteps leaving through the trees. It was just gone. I called the sheriff's office, explained that someone was prowling around the property, and the dispatcher said they'd send a car from the nearest town. It was a long 20 minutes before headlights appeared on the dirt road. When the deputy arrived, he checked the porch with his flashlight, then the yard, and finally the dock. There were prints everywhere now, fresh ones overlapping the old. He asked if anyone else had a key, and I told him only my parents did, and they were in Florida. He suggested I stay somewhere else for the night. I packed a bag so fast I nearly forgot my laptop. Before leaving, I glanced once more through the window. The motion light flicked on again, even though neither of us was outside. The deputy frowned, stepped onto the porch, and waved his arm in front of the sensor. Nothing. It stayed on until we pulled out of the driveway. The next morning, I drove back with him to grab the rest of my stuff. The light was off now, and the prints had filled with frost. The chairs were back in their original place, perfectly aligned. Nothing looked disturbed. But when I opened the door, the smell hit first. Mud and something metallic, like rain mixed with rust. On the kitchen counter, next to the coffee maker, was the strip of red flannel I'd pocketed from the woods. It wasn't damp anymore. It was folded neatly in half, placed right beside my mug. I don't know how to explain it because I'd left that piece in the glove compartment of my car. I never went back after that. My parents eventually sold the house, and I didn't argue. Every now and then when I visit a lakeside cabin or see motion lights flicker through the trees, that same cold rush hits me. The memory of that still figure crouched behind the furniture, waiting for me to turn the lights off. I still wonder if he'd been watching longer than I realized, stepping closer each night, stopping just short of the door. Maybe he was waiting for me to step outside first. It was the tail end of Black Friday, and the store looked like a battlefield that had just been evacuated. I worked the late shift at a mid-sized retail chain in northern Illinois, mostly handling restocks and cleanup after the madness. The kind of place that sold everything from kitchenware to cheap electronics. I'd been there for 2 years, juggling night classes during the week and surviving on vending machine coffee. That night, most of the crew clocked out around midnight, leaving just me and Mark, the night manager, to finish loading the shelves before the morning crew came in. The hum of the fluorescent lights had a way of getting into your head after a while. Constant, dull, like a mosquito you can't find. Every now and then one of them flickered overhead, and the shadows on the linoleum seemed to shift with it. The air was still heavy with that mix of burnt coffee, cardboard dust, and cheap plastic. I had a pallet full of Bluetooth speakers to move to the back room. and as I rolled it across the empty aisles, the sound of the wheels echoed far louder than it should have. It was the first time all day the store had gone completely silent. Near the customer service counter, we had a set of monitors that displayed the security camera feeds. I glanced at them mostly out of habit, checking if Mark was still in the stockroom or sneaking another cigarette out back. But one of the screens caught my eye. The feed from the electronics section, aisle 9, showed movement, a tall figure walking slowly between the shelves. At first, I thought it was a delayed playback from earlier in the day. Those cameras glitched sometimes after a long shift, but the timestamp in the corner was live. 12:47 a.m. I radioed Mark to ask if he was in the electronics section, but his muffled reply came from the back. He hadn't left the stockroom. My gut told me maybe someone got locked in after closing. Maybe a customer hiding out. It happened before. A drunk college kid once fell asleep in the patio furniture display. So I grabbed my flashlight and headed that way, trying to make as much noise as possible so whoever it was would know I was coming. The closer I got, the louder that hum from the lights seemed to buzz in my ears, until the sound almost felt alive. When I turned the corner into aisle 9, the first thing I noticed was how cold it felt compared to the rest of the store. Not a normal kind of cold, more like the air conditioning had kicked on just for that section. My footsteps echoed sharply off the polished floor as I scanned the shelves with my flashlight. Rows of headphones, phone chargers, empty boxes, and not a single sound except the faint electric hum above me. I called out, "Hey, store's closed, you can't be back here." My voice bounced through the aisles, but no one answered. I stood still for a moment, listening. Somewhere, faintly, a display TV flickered to life, playing static. I checked behind every end cap, even crouched to look under the shelves, thinking maybe someone was messing around. Nothing. When I walked back toward the service counter, I glanced up at the camera dome above aisle 9 and saw the red light still blinking. It was recording. Back at the monitor wall, I rewound the feed a few seconds, expecting to see myself searching with the flashlight. Instead, I watched something step out from behind the shelves just after I'd passed through. It wasn't clear, more like a shape outlined by the weak light, but it moved slow, deliberate, like it was waiting for me to turn around. I froze in place for a good 10 seconds, staring at the grainy footage. The figure leaned forward into the aisle as if studying the camera. Then, without warning, the feed glitched, jumping from static to a frozen frame. The timestamp froze too. 12:58 a.m. Every other monitor stayed normal, except that one. I remember tapping the screen like that would somehow fix it, but before I could decide whether to check again, the motion alert went off. A loud digital beep echoed from the console, and the same alert icon blinked over aisle 9 again and again. Mark came out from the stockroom after hearing the noise. I told him someone might still be in the store, and he laughed at first, until he saw the blinking monitor. We both stood there watching the frozen frame for what felt like a full minute. Then, as if the system had caught up, the image flickered back to life, showing the empty aisle. Every box, every shelf untouched. Mark muttered something about cheap wiring and told me to lock up early, but I wasn't ready to leave. I wanted to make sure that thing, whatever it was, wasn't still walking around in there. Mark headed to the front to shut off the lights while I did one last sweep. I rolled my cart past toys, clothes, cleaning supplies, all fine. But when I approached the electronics section again, the motion sensor above aisle 9 clicked on, and the lights there blinked to full brightness. I stood still, staring down the long stretch of shelves. The air felt heavier now, like the store itself was holding its breath. I took a few slow steps forward, the wheels of my cart squeaking against the floor, until I reached the middle of the aisle. That's when I noticed one of the display phones had been lifted off its stand. The cord hung loose, the plastic bracket swinging slightly side to side. I called out for Mark, but the lights overhead flickered at the exact moment I did. In that half-second of darkness, I saw movement at the far end. Something tall, pale, stepping just enough into view to make out the silhouette. I shouted again, louder this time, and the lights came back fully on. The aisle was empty, I backed away slowly, keeping my flashlight pointed ahead. The motion sensor behind me clicked off and the lights dimmed again, one by one, in a sequence like a wave pulling back into the ocean. By the time I reached the service counter, Mark was already turning the key in the front door. I told him what I'd seen, what I thought I'd seen, but he just shook his head, said I was overtired. We clocked out, and I lingered outside the glass entrance for a minute. From the parking lot, I could see the reflection of the camera lights blinking inside. Only one stayed steady, the red one above aisle 9. It was supposed to turn off automatically when the system went into night mode. That light just kept glowing. The next morning I came back early, before my shift, and checked the footage again. Every recording from 12:45 to 1:05 was gone, corrupted, according to the system. But the strange part wasn't the missing video. It was the audio file attached to it. 30 minutes of silence, then a faint voice whispering my name. Not yelling, not calling, just whispering it over and over. The IT guy said the file must have glitched during compression. I quit a week later. But every year when Black Friday rolls around, I still hear that same hum in my head, like those lights are waiting for me to come back. Every year my friends drag me to some New Year's Eve event, and every year I swear it will be the last time. But 2023 felt different. I had just gone through a rough breakup, spent most of December alone in my apartment, and Megan practically showed up at my door to physically pull me out of my isolation. Our little group of 4 had been inseparable since college. Me, Megan, her boyfriend Troy, and my coworker Dennis, who joined our circle after we started working together at a marketing firm downtown. We had all graduated back in 2015, which meant we were hitting that strange phase where half our friends were having babies, and the other half still could not commit to a city. That night, we took a rideshare to the waterfront to watch the fireworks, grabbed some tacos from a food truck, and planned to catch another ride home before surge pricing made the trip cost more than our entire evening out. Everything went smoothly until around 2:30 in the morning, when we were already on our way back. The ride home was through Uber Share, one of those shared ride apps where you split the fare with strangers heading in the same direction. Our driver was a quiet guy named Oscar, who had a small Colombian flag hanging from his rearview mirror, and played soft reggaeton at a volume that felt respectful for the late hour. There were 2 other passengers already in the minivan when we climbed in, a young couple who looked like they had partied way harder than us, the girl already half asleep against the window with glitter smeared across her cheek. The route took us through the northern suburbs, and by the time we hit the residential streets past Oakwood Heights, everything was dead silent. Most people were either still celebrating downtown or passed out at home. The houses looked eerie in the darkness, deflated inflatable snowmen lying flat on frozen lawns, string lights blinking on timers with nobody awake to notice them. Oscar was taking a shortcut through a neighborhood I did not recognize when we stopped at a red light at a 4-way intersection, and that is when everything changed. A dark blue sedan was stopped in the lane next to us, slightly ahead so we could see directly into the driver's side window. At first, I thought the 2 people inside were just having an argument, the kind of loud, messy fight that couples have after drinking too much on a holiday. But then the driver's arm came up, and I saw his fist connect with the woman's face. Not a slap, not a shove, a full closed fist punch that snapped her head against the passenger window. Megan gasped beside me, and Troy leaned forward between the front seats to get a better look. The driver hit her again, this time grabbing a fistful of her hair and slamming her head against the dashboard. The woman was not fighting back. She was not even trying to protect herself. Her arms hung limp at her sides like she had already given up, like this was not the first time. I could see blood on her face now, dark and shiny under the streetlight, smearing across the window where her cheek pressed against the glass. Oscar muttered something in Spanish and looked at us through the rearview mirror, his eyes wide with the same disbelief we all felt. Troy did not hesitate. He reached over and slammed his palm against the horn, holding it down for a solid 5 seconds. The sound cut through the silent neighborhood like a scream, and the man in the sedan stopped mid-swing. His head turned slowly toward our minivan, and I got my first clear look at his face. He was maybe in his 40s, with a thick neck and a shaved head that gleamed under the amber streetlight. His eyes were not wild or crazy like I expected. They were cold, calculated, like he was sizing us up and deciding what to do about the interruption. The light turned green, but nobody moved. For a long, horrible moment, we just stared at each other through the glass. Then his lips curled into something that was not quite a smile, and he raised one finger, pointing directly at our windshield, directly at us, before slowly pulling his car forward and turning right. Dennis already had his phone out, dialing 911 before the sedan even completed the turn. Oscar hit the gas the moment the other car was out of sight, and I felt the minivan lurch forward as we sped through the intersection going straight, putting as much distance as possible between us and whatever we had just witnessed. The young couple in the back row had woken up now, the girl asking in a confused, slurred voice what was happening. Nobody answered her. I was twisted around in my seat, watching the road behind us through the rear window, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. For about 30 seconds I thought we were clear. The street behind us stayed empty, just dark asphalt and parked cars and the occasional porch light. Then a pair of headlights swung around the corner, fast, way too fast, and I knew immediately it was him. He had circled the block. He had come back for us. Dennis was still on hold with 911, the automated message repeating something about high call volume due to the holiday, and I wanted to scream at the recording that someone was about to die tonight if they did not pick up. Oscar was driving faster now, weaving through the residential streets with a focus that told me this was not his first time in a bad situation. The sedan stayed about 50 feet behind us, matching our speed exactly, never falling back and never getting closer. It was like he wanted us to know he was there, wanted us to feel him right on our tail. Troy was trying to get a photo of the license plate through the back window, but between the darkness and the motion, everything came out blurred. Megan had her arm around me, squeezing tight, and I realized I was shaking, not from cold, but from pure adrenaline flooding every part of my body. The streets were completely empty, every house dark, everyone asleep, or passed out from celebrating. We passed a stop sign without even slowing down, and the sedan did the same. Then another. Oscar made a sharp left turn without signaling, tires squealing against the pavement, and for a moment I thought we had lost him. But when I looked back, those headlights were already rounding the corner behind us, steady and patient, like a predator who knew his prey had nowhere to go. The sedan surged forward without warning, closing the gap between us in seconds. I heard Megan scream as the headlights flooded our back window, so bright I had to shield my eyes. He was right on our bumper now, close enough that I could make out his silhouette through the glare. That thick neck, that bald head, one hand on the wheel and the other doing something I could not see. Oscar swerved hard to the right, and the sedan clipped our back corner with a crunch of metal that sent us fishtailing across the empty street. The young couple in the back was fully awake now, the guy yelling questions that nobody had time to answer. I grabbed the headrest in front of me and held on as Oscar regained control, my teeth rattling from the impact. The sedan had fallen back a few car lengths, but I could see a fresh dent in his front bumper gleaming under a streetlight. And I could see him laughing. Actually laughing, his mouth wide open, shoulders shaking with amusement like this was the most fun he had experienced in years. That image burned itself into my memory. A man who beats women in his car, who chases strangers through empty streets at 3 a.m, laughing like he was watching a comedy show. Finally, a voice came through Dennis's phone. A real human voice, tired and stressed but real. He started talking fast, giving our location as best he could, describing the sedan, the assault we witnessed, the chase that was now entering its 5th minute. The dispatcher told us to stay on the line, to keep moving, that units were being sent, but response times were delayed because of the holiday. Delayed. That word hit me like a punch to the chest. We were being hunted through a sleeping neighborhood, and help was delayed. Oscar shouted that he was heading toward the main road, hoping there would be more traffic, more witnesses, maybe even a police car doing a routine patrol. But the residential street seemed endless. Block after block of identical houses with their porch lights off and their curtains drawn. The sedan rammed us again, harder this time, and I heard something crack underneath the minivan, a sound that made Oscar curse loudly in Spanish. Troy was trying to calm everyone down, telling us we just needed to make it to Bleecker Avenue, where there would be gas stations and a 24-hour diner, but his voice was trembling so badly that the words came out in pieces. We almost made it. I could see the glow of commercial lights ahead, the familiar red and yellow of a gas station sign rising above the rooftops like a beacon. Oscar pushed the minivan as hard as it would go, the engine whining in protest, and for a few beautiful seconds the sedan fell behind. But then came a sound that made my stomach turn, a rhythmic thumping from somewhere beneath us, getting louder with each rotation of the wheels. The first impact had done more damage than we realized. Oscar was losing control, the steering pulling hard to the left no matter how much he fought it. We limped through one more intersection before he had no choice but to pull over, the minivan shuddering to a stop against the curb in front of a dark house with a for sale sign in the yard. The gas station was maybe 3 blocks away. It might as well have been 3 miles. The sedan rolled up behind us and stopped, its headlights illuminating the interior of our vehicle like a stage. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. We sat there in that harsh white light, waiting to see what he would do next. The driver's door of the sedan swung open, and he stepped out onto the street. He was bigger than I expected. Not just the thick neck I had noticed before, but broad shoulders and arms that strained against a dark jacket. He walked toward us slowly, deliberately, his boots making a sound against the asphalt that seemed impossibly loud in the silent neighborhood. Dennis was still on the phone with 911, whispering our new location, begging them to hurry. Oscar reached under his seat and pulled out a tire iron, his jaw set tight, and Troy grabbed the back of his seat like he was ready to jump out and help if it came to that. The man stopped about 10 feet from our rear bumper and just stood there, staring at us through the back window. Then he reached into his jacket pocket and I felt every muscle in my body tense so hard that my vision started to blur at the edges. But he did not pull out a weapon. He pulled out a cigarette and a lighter, lit it casually, and took a long drag while watching us like we were animals in a cage. He wanted us to know that he was in control, that he could take his time, that nobody was coming to save us. The standoff lasted maybe 2 minutes, but it felt like an hour. He finished his cigarette slowly, flicking the butt onto the pavement and grinding it under his boot. Then he started walking toward us again, and this time Oscar threw open his door and stepped out, the tire iron gripped tight in his right hand. I wanted to scream at him to get back inside, but my voice was stuck somewhere deep in my chest. The 2 men faced each other across the empty street, and I could see the calculation happening behind the aggressor's eyes, weighing whether this was worth it, measuring Oscar up, deciding if he could take him. That is when we heard it. Sirens. Faint at first, but getting louder, coming from somewhere to the east. The man heard them too, and something shifted in his posture. He took 1 step back, then another. His eyes swept across our minivan one final time, locking onto each of us through the windows like he was memorizing our faces. Then he pointed at us again, that same slow, deliberate gesture from the intersection, and walked back to his sedan. He got in, reversed smoothly, and disappeared down a side street just as the first red and blue lights appeared in the distance. By the time the patrol car reached us, he was gone. The cops took our statements for almost an hour, parked there on that dark residential street while the sky slowly turned gray with the first hint of dawn. They found the woman from the sedan at a hospital emergency room about 40 minutes later. She had walked in alone, bleeding from a gash above her eyebrow, and refused to say who hurt her. She would not press charges, would not even confirm that she knew the man we described. The police told us this happens more often than people think, that victims protect their abusers for reasons that are complicated and heartbreaking, and that without her cooperation, there was not much they could do. They never caught him. I spent weeks checking news sites, waiting for a story about a bald man with a thick neck arrested for assault or worse, but it never came. Sometimes I still think about that woman. Wonder if she got away from him eventually, or if she is still trapped in that car, flinching every time his hand moves. And I think about the way he looked at us through that back window, smoking his cigarette, so patient and calm. He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew he would get away with it. The thing that haunts me most is not the chase or the fear. It is the fact that somewhere out there, he is still driving those same streets, and the next person who honks at a red light might not have sirens coming to save them. My buddy Nathan texted me on December 28th, asking if the crew was still doing downtown Portland for New Year's Eve. We had kept this tradition alive since graduating together in 2015, and no matter how crazy life got, that one night stayed sacred. So on December 31st of 2024, 6 of us headed to Pioneer Courthouse Square for the big countdown. Nathan brought his girlfriend, Brooke. Our friend Theo came with his brother Julian, and I invited Priscilla from my office, who had just moved to Oregon and never experienced the madness of a proper downtown celebration. The energy was electric from the moment we stepped off the MAX train around 10. Thousands of people packed into the square, breath visible in the cold air, everyone buzzing with that particular excitement that only exists in the final hours of a dying year. We found a decent spot near one of the food vendors, close enough to see the stage where a local band was playing covers of classic rock songs that got swallowed by crowd noise. By 11:30, the crowd had tripled. What started as a comfortable gathering transformed into a crushing mass of bodies pressed together so tight, I could feel strangers breathing against my neck. People kept pushing forward toward the stage, and our little group got separated despite our best efforts to hold on to each other. I lost sight of Nathan first. Then Theo and Julian vanished somewhere to my left when a wave of people surged past. Priscilla grabbed my arm and shouted something I could not hear over the noise, but within seconds she got pulled away too, her hand slipping from mine like water through fingers. My phone had died an hour earlier because I forgot to charge it before leaving home, which meant I had no way to text anyone or check our meeting spot. The air grew thick and warm despite the freezing December temperature. A strange mix of body heat and alcohol breath and perfume that made my head swim. I needed to get out just for a minute, just enough space to breathe and think and figure out where everyone went. I pushed sideways through the crowd, using my shoulders to carve a path toward the edge of the square. It took almost 10 minutes to move 50 feet, squeezing between couples holding champagne bottles and groups of college kids wearing glittery hats and blowing noisemakers directly into my ears. When I finally broke free from the densest part of the gathering, I found myself near the corner of Southwest Yam Hill and 6th Avenue, where the crowd thinned enough that I could actually extend my arms without touching another person. A small side alley opened up between 2 older brick buildings, one of them a closed antique shop with iron bars over the windows. I stepped into the mouth of that alley just to catch my breath, leaning against the cold brick wall and letting the winter air fill my lungs. The noise from the square still thundered behind me, but here it felt muffled, distant, like listening to a concert from outside the venue. I checked my watch and saw 11:47 glowing in the dim light. 13 minutes until midnight, and I had no idea where my friends were. That was when the first firework exploded overhead. Someone had jumped the gun on the countdown, sending a burst of red and gold across the sky that lit up the alley in flickering colors. In that brief flash of light, I saw them. About 40 feet deeper into the alley, 2 men in dark jackets were dragging a woman toward a service door at the back of one of the buildings. She was struggling, her legs kicking against the pavement, one of her heels scraping the concrete as they pulled her. I saw her mouth open wide, saw her body twist and fight, but the boom of the fireworks swallowed whatever sound she made. For a second, I just stood there, my brain trying to process what my eyes were showing me. Another firework went up, this one green and white, and in its glow I saw her face clearly. Young, maybe mid-20s, mascara streaking down her cheeks, pure terror in her eyes. One of the men had his hand clamped over her mouth while the other gripped her arm so hard I could see the fabric of her silver dress bunching under his fingers. I did not think. I just moved. My feet carried me deeper into the alley before my brain could calculate the danger, and I heard myself yelling something like, "Hey, stop," or "Let her go." I cannot remember the exact words because my heart was pounding so loud it drowned out my own voice. The two men stopped and turned toward me. The fireworks kept exploding above us, painting their faces in bursts of color that made them look almost unreal. The one holding her mouth was shorter, stocky, with a shaved head and a neck thick as a tree trunk. The other was taller and leaner, wearing a black beanie pulled low over his forehead. They did not look panicked or surprised. They looked annoyed, like I was a fly buzzing around their dinner. The tall one said something to his partner in a language I did not recognize, then let go of the woman's arm and started walking toward me. His steps were slow and deliberate, almost casual, and that calmness scared me more than if he had charged. He stopped about 6 feet away from me and tilted his head to one side like he was studying an insect. He spoke in accented English, his voice low enough that I had to strain to hear it over the distant roar of the crowd and the ongoing firework bursts. "Wrong place, friend. Turn around. Go back to your party." His hand moved to his jacket pocket, and he pulled the zipper down just enough to show me what was inside. The blade caught a flash of blue light from a firework overhead. A folding knife, already open, the edge gleaming. He did not pull it out or wave it around. He just let me see it, let me understand what would happen if I stayed. Behind him, the stocky one still had the woman pinned, his hand tight over her face, and I could see her eyes fixed on me, wide and desperate, begging me not to leave. My mind raced through options like a slot machine spinning too fast to read. I could run back to the square, try to find a cop, but the police barricades had been set up around the main stage area, and I had seen officers redirecting people away from the side streets to manage the crowd flow. By the time I found someone and explained what was happening and led them back here, these men would be gone. The woman would be gone. The tall man took another step toward me, close enough now that I could smell cigarette smoke on his jacket. "Last chance," he said, and something in his tone told me he meant it. Behind us, the crowd in the square started the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Their voices rising in unison like a distant wave. I looked past him at the woman, at the tears streaming down her face, at her fingers clawing uselessly at the stocky man's arm. 7, 6, 5. I thought about my dad, who passed away when I was 19, and how he always said that a man is defined by what he does when no one is watching. 4, 3, 2. The tall man smirked and started to turn back toward his partner, assuming I had made my choice. 1. The sky erupted in a symphony of explosions, a cascade of color and thunder that shook the windows of the buildings around us. And in that moment, while the tall man's attention flickered upward for just a fraction of a second, I grabbed a metal trash can lid leaning against the wall and swung it at his head with everything I had. The lid connected with the side of his skull with a sound I will never forget. A hollow, wet thunk that vibrated up through my arms and into my shoulders. He stumbled sideways, crashing into a stack of wooden pallets, and the knife clattered out of his hand onto the pavement. I did not stop to see if he was getting up. I ran past him toward the stocky one, who had released the woman's mouth to reach for something in his own pocket. She screamed then, a raw and broken sound that cut through even the roar of the fireworks, and threw her elbow backward into his ribs. He grunted and loosened his grip just enough for her to twist free. She fell to her knees on the concrete, scrambling toward me on all fours, her silver dress torn at the hem and her hair wild around her face. I grabbed her arm and pulled her up, already turning back toward the mouth of the alley. But the tall man was on his feet again, blood running down the side of his face, and he had retrieved his knife. He stood between us and the way out, his expression no longer annoyed but something much worse, focused, predatory, like a hunter who had just decided his prey was worth the effort. The woman clutched my arm so hard her nails dug through my jacket sleeve. "There's another way," she gasped, her voice hoarse from screaming. "I saw it when they brought me in. A gate at the back leads to the next street." I did not have time to question her. The stocky man had recovered from the elbow to his ribs and was moving toward us now, flanking his partner, trapping us in a pincer. I turned and ran deeper into the alley, pulling the woman with me, our footsteps echoing off the brick walls. The fireworks were still going, burst after burst, lighting up the narrow passage in strobing flashes of red and gold and green. We passed dumpsters overflowing with cardboard boxes, a rusted bicycle chained to a pipe, puddles of something dark I did not want to identify. The alley twisted left, then right, opening into a small courtyard surrounded by the back entrances of closed businesses. A chain-link gate stood at the far end, maybe 7 feet tall, topped with barbed wire that glinted in the intermittent light. The woman pointed at it, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "There, we can climb it." I heard footsteps behind us getting closer, and the sound of the tall man cursing in that language I could not place. I reached the gate first and grabbed the chain link with both hands, testing its strength. It rattled, but held firm. I turned to the woman and cupped my hands together, creating a step for her foot. "Go, I'll boost you over." She hesitated for just a second, looking at me with an expression I could not read. Gratitude, maybe, or disbelief that a stranger would do this for her. Then she put her foot in my hands, and I lifted her up, my arms screaming from the effort as she grabbed the top of the fence and hauled herself over. She cleared the barbed wire somehow, leaving a strip of silver fabric caught on one of the points, and dropped down to the other side with a grunt of pain. I started climbing after her, my fingers hooking through the diamond-shaped gaps in the chain link, my shoes slipping on the metal. I was halfway up when a hand grabbed my ankle and yanked me backward. I lost my grip and fell, landing hard on my back in the courtyard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. The tall man stood over me, knife in hand, blood still dripping from his temple where I had hit him. His partner was right behind him, blocking any chance of escape back the way we came. The tall man crouched down beside me, pressing the flat of the blade against my cheek. I could feel how cold it was, how sharp the edge, and I thought about how strange it was that this might be the last thing I ever felt. "You should have walked away," he said, almost sadly, like he regretted what he was about to do. The fireworks had slowed down now, the grand finale fading into scattered pops and crackles, and I could hear the distant cheering of the crowd celebrating the new year. I was going to die in this dirty courtyard while thousands of people toasted champagne less than 2 blocks away. The stocky man said something to his partner, gesturing impatiently toward the gate where the woman had escaped. They were arguing, I realized. The stocky one wanted to go after her, finish what they started. The tall one seemed more interested in punishing me for interfering. Their disagreement bought me a few seconds, and I used them to scan the ground around me for anything I could use. My hand found a chunk of broken concrete near the base of the wall, about the size of a baseball, with jagged edges that bit into my palm. I did not have a plan. I just knew I was not going to lie there and let them decide my fate. I swung the concrete chunk upward with everything I had left, catching the tall man in the jaw. I heard teeth crack, heard him howl in pain, and then I was on my feet and running. Not toward the gate, but back into the maze of alleys, hoping to lose them in the darkness. My lungs burned and my back throbbed where I had fallen, but I kept moving, turning corners at random, knocking over trash cans behind me to slow them down. I burst out of an alley onto Southwest Stark Street and nearly collided with a group of drunk partygoers stumbling toward their ride. "Call 911, I shouted at them, not stopping to explain, and then I saw something beautiful. 2 police officers on bicycles, stationed at the corner to manage pedestrian overflow from the main event. I ran toward them, waving my arms, screaming about the woman and the men and the knife. They must have thought I was crazy at first, some drunk guy having a breakdown, but something in my face convinced them to take me seriously. One of them radioed for backup while the other followed me back toward the courtyard, and by the time we got there, the 2 men were gone, vanished into the night like they had never existed at all. The police found the woman 2 blocks away, sitting on the curb outside a late-night diner, shaking and crying but alive. Her name was Valerie, and she told the officers that the men had grabbed her outside a bar on Southwest Alder Street while she was waiting for her Uber. She had been at a party with coworkers, stepped out alone to get her ride, and within seconds they had her. She did not know them, had never seen them before, had no idea why they targeted her. The detective who took my statement said it was likely a random abduction, possibly connected to a trafficking operation they had been investigating for months. They never caught the two men. The security cameras in that part of downtown were either broken or pointed in the wrong direction, and the descriptions I gave, stocky bald guy, tall guy with a beanie, matched about 1,000 people in Portland that night. Valerie reached out to me through the detective a few weeks later, wanting to thank me in person. We met at a coffee shop in the Pearl District, and she brought me a gift card and a handwritten note that I still keep in my desk drawer. She told me she had nightmares every night, that she could not walk down the street alone anymore, that she had moved back in with her parents in Beaverton because she could not stand being in her apartment by herself. I did not know what to say. I just told her I was glad she was okay, and I meant it. Nathan and the others had spent 3 hours looking for me that night before I finally tracked them down at the police station where I was giving my statement. Priscilla cried when she saw me. Julian kept saying "dude" over and over like his brain had short-circuited. Brooke made me promise to never do anything that stupid again, and I lied and said I would not. The truth is, I do not know what I would do if I saw something like that again. I hope I would be brave. I hope I would act. But I also know now what it feels like to have a knife pressed against your face, to feel completely certain that you are about to die, and that knowledge changes you in ways you cannot explain. It has been almost a year now. I still go downtown sometimes, still walk past that alley on Southwest Yamhill. The antique shop is a smoothie place now. The courtyard got cleaned up and turned into a small parking lot. There is no sign that anything ever happened there. No memorial, no marker. Just concrete and brick and the ordinary flow of people going about their lives. But every time I pass it, I think about Valerie. I think about those two men, still out there somewhere. And I think about what my dad said, that a man is defined by what he does when no one is watching. On New Year's Eve of 2024, in a dark alley while the whole city looked up at the sky, I found out what kind of man I am. I just wish the answer did not still keep me awake at night. Kayla had been begging me to come to her neighborhood party for weeks. My younger sister moved to a cul-de-sac in suburban Phoenix right after her wedding in 2022, and this was her first time hosting anything bigger than a dinner. New Year's Eve seemed like the perfect occasion, she kept saying, and her neighbor Vic had promised to handle the fireworks. I remember rolling my eyes when she mentioned that part during our phone call. Fireworks in a residential area always made me nervous, but she assured me Vic knew what he was doing. He had connections, she said, worked for some company that did pyrotechnics for events. At 34, I should have trusted my gut more than my little sister's enthusiasm. But she sounded so excited, and I had spent the last 3 New Year's celebrations alone in my apartment with cheap champagne and whatever was streaming. So I drove the 2 hours from Tucson, arriving just as the sun was setting behind the stucco houses and dyeing the whole street this gorgeous shade of burnt orange. The backyard was smaller than I expected, maybe 40 feet deep before it hit a wooden fence that separated my sister's property from the house behind her. Vic had set up his equipment near that fence, which struck me as odd even before I understood what I was looking at. There were these metal racks, almost like ladder frames holding thick cardboard tubes pointed at the sky. A folding table next to them was covered with boxes I could not read from across the yard. Around 30 people milled around on the patchy grass, holding plastic cups and paper plates loaded with appetizers. Tiki torches lined the perimeter, their flames dancing in the slight breeze. My sister ran over the moment she spotted me, wrapping me in a hug that smelled like her vanilla perfume, and the sangria she was clearly already enjoying. She introduced me to a blur of faces I immediately forgot. Neighbors and co-workers and friends of friends, everyone in that buzzing pre-midnight mood where strangers become temporary best friends. I grabbed a drink and tried to relax, but my eyes kept drifting back to those tubes near the fence, counting them. There had to be at least 20. Around 11, Vic started gathering everyone closer to watch him prep the show. He was a stocky guy in his 50s with a gray goatee and a baseball cap that said something about veteran pyrotechnicians. His hands moved with confidence as he checked connections and adjusted angles, and I noticed he was wearing thick leather gloves. That detail should have reassured me, but it did the opposite. If he needed protection, what about the rest of us standing 15 feet away with nothing but flip cups in our hands? I mentioned this to a woman next to me, a redhead named Donna, who lived 3 houses down. She laughed and said Vic did this every year, that he was a total pro. Her 8-year-old son was sitting cross-legged on the grass near the front of the crowd, his face lit up with anticipation. I wanted to suggest she pull him back a bit, but I did not want to be that person, the paranoid guest ruining everyone's fun. So I stayed quiet, sipping my drink, watching Vic move between the racks like a surgeon preparing his instruments. The countdown started at 5 minutes to midnight. Someone had connected a phone to a portable speaker, and we could hear the broadcast from Times Square mixing with the neighborhood noise, other parties on adjacent streets, distant pops and crackles from early fireworks, dogs barking in protest. Kayla found me in the crowd and grabbed my arm, her eyes glassy from the sangria, but her smile so genuine it made me feel guilty for being anxious. She said this was going to be amazing, that Vic had spent over $2,000 on this display. I remember thinking that was insane, that amount of money on something that would last maybe 10 minutes, but then everyone started counting down from 30, and I got swept up in it despite myself. The voices around me grew louder, 20, 15, 10. Vic stood by his setup with a long lighter in his hand, waiting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The cheering erupted, people hugged and kissed, and Vic touched the flame to the first fuse. The first few shots were beautiful, I will give him that. Golden bursts that spread across the sky like dandelion seeds caught in a wind, followed by crackling red ones that sounded like 1,000 tiny whips snapping at once. Everyone tilted their heads back, mouths open, the colors reflecting in their eyes. I felt myself relaxing a little, thinking maybe I had been ridiculous to worry. Vic moved along the rack with practiced ease, lighting fuses in sequence, stepping back to admire his work before moving to the next. The show was synchronized in a way that felt almost musical, the explosions building on each other in rhythm. I pulled out my phone to record a clip for my social media, something I rarely did, but the display was genuinely impressive. Then came a deeper boom, one of those big mortars that shake your chest from the inside. A purple flower bloomed overhead, and everyone gasped and applauded. Vic raised his fist in triumph. That was when I noticed the rack on the far left had started to tilt. It happened so fast that my brain almost refused to process it. The metal frame leaned maybe 5 degrees, then 10, and before anyone could react, one of the tubes fired. Not up, but sideways, almost parallel to the ground. The mortar shot across the yard like a flaming comet, trailing sparks and smoke, and slammed into the wooden fence about 3 feet to my right. The explosion was nothing like the ones in the sky. This was concentrated, violent, a punch of light and heat that sprayed splinters in every direction. Someone screamed, a sound that cut through the ringing in my ears. I stumbled backward and collided with a man I did not know, both of us nearly falling onto a knocked-over lawn chair. When I looked up, the rack had tilted further, and I could see the next tube in line, its fuse already burning down. It was pointing directly at the crowd. I do not remember making the decision to scream. The sound just ripped out of me, raw and primal. A single word repeated over and over. Move, move, move. People were already stumbling in different directions, but most of them had no idea what was happening. The sky was still exploding with color from the other racks that had not fallen, and the noise was so overwhelming that my warning barely carried. I grabbed the arm of the person closest to me, an older man with a white beard who looked completely disoriented, and yanked him toward the sliding glass door that led into the house. The second mortar fired just as we moved. I heard it more than saw it, a whooshing hiss followed by an impact somewhere behind us. Glass shattered. One of the tiki torches, maybe, or a window. The old man tripped on a cooler and went down hard, pulling me with him. My knees hit the concrete patio, and the pain was sharp and immediate. But I forced him up because I could hear another fuse crackling in that terrible countdown rhythm. The backyard had descended into absolute chaos. Folding chairs were everywhere, knocked over by people trying to flee in every direction at once. I saw Donna sprinting toward the side gate with her son in her arms, his face buried against her shoulder. Someone was crying, a high-pitched keening sound that mixed with the ongoing explosions overhead. Vic was shouting something I could not understand, waving his arms near the fallen rack like he could somehow will it back into position. Another mortar launched from the tilted frame, and this one went low and fast, skipping off the grass before detonating against the back wall of the house. Stucco crumbled and rained down in chunks. A window on the second floor shattered outward, spraying glass onto the crowd below. I felt something sting my forearm and looked down to see blood, a thin line where a shard had sliced through my skin. The pain was distant, unreal. All I could think about was finding Kayla. I spotted her near the back door, crouched behind an overturned patio table with 2 other women. Her eyes found mine across the yard, and even in the strobing light of the fireworks still launching from the upright racks, I could see how terrified she was. Her mouth was forming my name, but no sound reached me through the cacophony. I started moving toward her, staying low, weaving between abandoned chairs and spilled drinks. The grass was slick with something, beer maybe, or the sangria from a shattered pitcher. My foot caught on a power cord and I nearly went down again, catching myself on the edge of a plastic table at the last second. Another mortar fired from the fallen rack, and I watched it arc sideways into the neighbor's yard. The explosion lit up the fence line, and I heard a woman over there start screaming in Spanish. The whole neighborhood was awake now, porch lights flicking on up and down the street, but nobody could help us. The remaining tubes were still loaded, still connected to whatever chain of fuses Vic had rigged, and they were going to keep firing until every last one was spent. I reached Kayla and pulled her into a crouch beside me, both of us pressed against the side of the house where a small overhang offered some protection. Her whole body was trembling, and when she grabbed my hand, her fingers were ice cold despite the warm Arizona night. She kept saying she was sorry over and over, like this was somehow her fault for inviting me. I told her to stop, that we needed to focus, that we needed to get inside the house. The sliding glass door was maybe 15 feet away, but crossing that open space felt like crossing a minefield. I counted the tubes I could still see on the fallen rack. 4, maybe 5. It was hard to tell in the chaos. Each one was a bomb waiting to go off in a random direction. Vic had finally backed away from the equipment, his face pale and slack, all that earlier confidence completely gone. He was just standing there, frozen, while people ran past him toward any exit they could find. I wanted to scream at him, to ask him what kind of professional lets something like this happen, but there was no time. The next fuse was already sparking. I grabbed Kayla by the wrist and we ran. Not toward the sliding door anymore. There were too many people crowding that entrance, pushing and shoving in blind panic. Instead, I pulled her along the side of the house, toward the narrow gate that led to the front yard. The space between the house and the fence was barely wide enough for us to move single file, and I could feel the heat from the explosions radiating off the stucco wall beside me. Another mortar fired behind us and the sound was deafening, a crack followed by a roar that seemed to vibrate through my entire skeleton. Something whizzed past overhead, trailing orange sparks. We burst through the gate and stumbled onto the front lawn just as the last few tubes emptied themselves into the night. From this angle, I could see the damage clearly. The scorched fence, the blackened patch of grass, the smoke pouring from a hole in the side of the house where one of the mortars had punched through. Fire was licking at the edges of that hole, small but growing. Someone was already on the phone with 911. Sirens wailed in the distance, getting closer. The aftermath felt like waking up from a nightmare only to find out everything was real. Paramedics treated 7 people for burns, cuts, and smoke inhalation. Donna's son had a piece of wood embedded in his calf that required surgery. He still walks with a slight limp today. The old man I had dragged to safety suffered a mild heart attack from the stress and spent 3 days in the hospital. Vic faced criminal charges for reckless endangerment and operating unlicensed fireworks in a residential area. Turned out his connections were just a guy he knew who smuggled professional-grade mortars from Mexico, and he had no real training at all. Kayla's house needed over $40,000 in repairs. She sold it 6 months later and moved to a different state. Said she could not stand being in that backyard anymore. I still have a faint scar on my forearm where the glass sliced me, a thin white line that catches the light when I move a certain way. Every New Year's Eve since then, I stay inside with all the curtains drawn. When midnight comes and the fireworks start outside, I put on noise-canceling headphones and turn the television up as loud as it will go. Some sounds you just never want to hear again. January 1st, 2024, started with my pager going off at 6 in the morning. Volunteer firefighting in rural Hendricks County, Indiana had been part of my life for about 3 years at that point, long enough to have seen my share of car wrecks, kitchen fires, and the occasional barn collapse. My wife Shelley groaned next to me in bed, still half asleep from the New Year's Eve party we had hosted the night before. I kissed her forehead, threw on my gear, and drove my pickup through the frozen darkness toward State Road 39. The dispatcher said it was a single-vehicle accident. SUV versus a drainage ditch. Possible entrapment. Standard stuff for icy roads and hungover drivers who thought they could make it home after celebrating too hard. Having just turned 34 the previous month, I figured I had seen enough of these calls to know exactly what to expect. I remember thinking I would be back in time for breakfast with the kids. When I arrived at the scene, the sun was just starting to bleed pink and orange across the flat Indiana farmland. The SUV, a dark green Ford Explorer, maybe 2018 model, had gone off the road and flipped into the frozen ditch at an ugly angle. Chief Randy Bowman was already there with his truck, along with 2 other volunteers, Cliff Sanger and a newer guy named Pete, who had joined us maybe 6 months prior. The driver was out of the vehicle, sitting on the frozen ground about 15 feet away from the wreck, and I could see blood running down the side of his face even from a distance. He was a white male, maybe mid-40s, wearing a heavy coat and jeans, and he was rocking back and forth slowly like a man in shock. I grabbed my medical bag and started walking toward him, but something about the way Chief Bowman was standing near the SUV made me pause. He had this look on his face, not panic, but something close to confusion mixed with concern, and he waved me over before I could reach the injured driver. "Garrett, come take a look at this," Randy said in a low voice as I approached. He was shining his flashlight into the back of the overturned Explorer, illuminating the cargo area through the shattered rear window. The vehicle was resting on its roof, so everything inside had collapsed downward in a mess of broken glass, loose items, and what looked like camping gear. But there was something else in there too. Something large, wrapped in a blue tarp and secured with bungee cords. The shape was unmistakable even before my brain fully processed what I was seeing. It was roughly 6 feet long, narrower at one end than the other, and the tarp had partially come loose during the crash, revealing what looked like a bare human foot sticking out from beneath the plastic. Pale, waxy, with toenails that had been painted a dark shade of red. I took a step back without meaning to, my boots crunching against the frozen gravel. Randy grabbed my arm and pulled me aside, away from the vehicle, his breath coming out in thick white clouds. "I already called dispatch," he whispered. "Sheriff's on the way, but that's going to be at least 30 minutes, maybe more with these roads." I looked back at the driver, who was still sitting on the ground in that slow rocking motion, blood dripping from a gash somewhere above his hairline. Pete had approached him now and was trying to get him to respond to questions, but the man seemed completely unaware of his surroundings. His eyes were open but vacant, staring at nothing in particular, and his lips were moving slightly like he was talking to himself. Cliff jogged over to where Randy and I were standing, his face flushed from the cold. "What's the situation with the vehicle? We need to check for other passengers or..." Randy cut him off with a sharp shake of his head. "Nobody touches that SUV until the sheriff gets here. We got a situation." He didn't elaborate, but something in his tone made Cliff go quiet immediately. The four of us stood there in the growing morning light, the frozen cornfields stretching out in every direction, and I became acutely aware of how isolated we were. The nearest farmhouse was probably half a mile away, and there wasn't another vehicle in sight on the long, straight ribbon of State Road 39. Just us, the overturned Explorer, the bleeding man, and whatever was wrapped in that blue tarp. I told Randy I should at least try to treat the driver's head wound before he bled out or went into shock, and he agreed with a reluctant nod. As a volunteer firefighter with EMT basic certification, stabilizing injured people was part of the job, even when those people might be involved in something criminal. I grabbed my kit and walked over to where Pete was crouching beside the man, trying unsuccessfully to get him to make eye contact. Up close, I could see the driver more clearly now. He was probably 45 or 50, with a thick build and rough hands that suggested manual labor, construction maybe, or farm work. His face was weathered and lined, his hair cut short and streaked with gray, and there was a small scar running through his left eyebrow that looked old, maybe decades old. The gash on his head was about 2 inches long, bleeding steadily but not catastrophically, located just above his right temple. I introduced myself, told him I was there to help, and asked if he could tell me his name. He didn't respond. His lips kept moving in that silent mutter, and when I leaned closer to try to hear what he was saying, I caught fragments of words that didn't quite connect, something about not supposed to be here, and she made me promise. I cleaned the wound as best I could and applied a pressure bandage while Pete held a flashlight steady. The man didn't flinch, didn't react at all to my touch, which was concerning on its own. Head injuries can do strange things to people, and I had seen accident victims act completely detached from reality before, their brains struggling to process trauma. But there was something different about this guy, something in the way he held his body, rigid, almost defensive, like he was bracing for an attack that hadn't come yet. When I finished with the bandage, I tried again. "Sir, can you tell me what happened? Were you driving alone?" For the first time, his eyes focused, locking onto my face with an intensity that made me want to lean back. His pupils were uneven, which suggested a concussion, but there was awareness behind them now. Real, frightened awareness. "You can't look in there," he said, his voice hoarse and cracked. "Please, you have to understand. You can't look in there." I kept my voice calm, professional, the way we were trained. "Sir, we've already seen what's in the vehicle. The sheriff is on his way. Right now, I need to make sure you're okay." His face crumpled, and for a moment I thought he was going to cry. Instead, he grabbed my wrist with a grip that was surprisingly strong and pulled me closer, his breath sour and metallic from the blood he had swallowed. "She was already dead," he whispered. "I swear to God she was already dead when I found her." I pulled my wrist free and stood up, my heart beating faster than I wanted to admit. Randy had walked over during the exchange and heard the last part, his expression hardening into something unreadable. "Found her where?" he asked, his voice flat and controlled. The driver looked up at him, then back at me, then at Pete like he was calculating something in his damaged head. For a long moment, I thought he was going to shut down again, retreat back into that vacant stare. But instead he started talking, slowly at first, then faster, the words tumbling out in a desperate rush. He said his name was Vernon Hatch, that he lived about 40 miles north in a town called Frankfort, that he worked as a groundskeeper at a private cemetery outside of Lafayette. He said he had been driving home from a New Year's Eve gathering at his brother's house when he saw the body on the side of the road, just lying there in the frozen grass near a bridge overpass. A woman, young, maybe late 20s, wearing nothing but a thin dress despite the freezing temperature. He said he stopped to check on her and realized immediately that she was dead. No pulse, no breath, her skin already cold and stiff. He panicked, He didn't know why, couldn't explain it even to himself, but something in his brain told him that if he called the police, they would blame him. So he wrapped her in a tarp he had in his truck, loaded her into the back of his SUV, and started driving with no clear destination in mind. That was when he hit the ice patch and lost control. None of us said anything for a long moment after he finished. The sun was fully up now, casting long shadows across the frozen landscape, and I could hear the distant sound of a truck engine somewhere down the road. Vernon Hatch sat there on the frozen ground, his bandaged head drooping, his hands trembling in his lap. His story was insane, the kind of thing that sounded like a lie specifically because no rational person would ever do what he claimed to have done. But there was something in his voice, in the way his eyes kept darting toward the overturned Explorer, that made me wonder. I had dealt with liars before, people who caused accidents and tried to blame road conditions or other drivers or mechanical failures. They usually had a smoothness to them, a practiced quality to their excuses. Vernon didn't have that. He sounded like a man who had made a catastrophic decision in a moment of panic, and was only now realizing the full weight of what he had done. Randy crouched down in front of him, his knees popping in the cold air. "You're telling me you found a dead woman on the side of the road, and instead of calling 911, you decided to put her in your vehicle and drive away?" Vernon nodded miserably. "I know how it sounds, I know. But I'm telling you the truth. I didn't hurt her. I didn't even know her. She was just lying there, and I didn't know what to do." The sound of the approaching engine grew louder, and I turned to see a Hendricks County Sheriff's Cruiser coming down State Road 39, its lights flashing but no siren. Behind it, maybe a quarter-mile back, I could see what looked like an ambulance. Relief washed through me. This was no longer our problem to figure out. Whatever Vernon Hatch had done or hadn't done, it was about to become a matter for people with badges and investigative authority. Deputy Connie Russo stepped out of the cruiser, a tall woman in her early 50s with short gray hair and a face that looked like it had seen every kind of human ugliness over a long career. She took in the scene with quick, practiced eyes. The overturned SUV, the injured man on the ground, the four of us standing around in our firefighter gear looking like we had just witnessed something we couldn't quite process. Randy walked over to meet her, and I watched them have a brief, intense conversation, their breath fogging in the cold air. Deputy Russo's expression didn't change, but I saw her hand move to rest on her holster as she glanced toward Vernon. She said something into her radio, then walked over to where he was sitting and crouched down in front of him, her posture calm but alert. I couldn't hear what she said to him, but I saw Vernon start talking again, his hands gesturing weakly as he repeated his story. The paramedics arrived and started working on Vernon while Deputy Russo walked over to the SUV with Randy and shined her flashlight into the cargo area. I stayed back with Pete and Cliff, the three of us watching in silence as she examined the blue tarp and its contents. After a few minutes, she stood up and made another radio call, her voice too low for me to hear the words, but her tone unmistakably serious. More units were coming. I could tell that much from the way she kept looking down the road, waiting. Pete lit a cigarette with shaking hands and offered me one, but I shook my head. "You think he's telling the truth?" he asked quietly. "About finding her like that?" I didn't have an answer. The whole situation felt surreal, like something from a crime documentary rather than a Tuesday morning in rural Indiana. I kept thinking about that foot sticking out from under the tarp, the dark red nail polish, the waxy pallor of the skin. Somebody's daughter, somebody's sister, maybe somebody's mother. Whoever she was, she had been alive not too long ago. And now she was a body in the back of a wrecked SUV, and the only person who might know what happened to her was a man who claimed he had just been trying to do the right thing in the worst possible way. Over the next hour, the scene transformed into something out of a procedural drama. 2 more sheriff's vehicles arrived, followed by a state police cruiser and a white van from the county coroner's office. Yellow crime scene tape went up around the SUV, and a perimeter was established that pushed us volunteer firefighters to the edge of the action. Vernon Hatch was loaded into the ambulance, still talking to anyone who would listen, his bandaged head turning frantically as Deputy Russo rode along with him. I overheard one of the state troopers mention that they were sending units to check the bridge overpass Vernon had described, about 20 miles north on a county road near the Tippecanoe County line. Randy pulled us together near his truck and told us we were free to go, that our job here was done, but none of us moved right away. There was an unspoken understanding that we had stumbled into something bigger than a simple traffic accident, and walking away felt incomplete somehow. Cliff finally broke the silence by saying he needed to get home to his kids, and Pete muttered something about needing coffee, and slowly we drifted back to our vehicles. I sat in my pickup for a long moment before starting the engine, watching the coroner's team carefully extract the blue tarp from the overturned Explorer. The shape inside was unmistakably human, and even from 50 yards away I could see the stiffness of the limbs, the unnatural angles that only death can create. I drove home in a daze, my mind running through everything I had seen and heard. Shelley was awake when I walked in, making pancakes for our 2 boys, and she took one look at my face and asked what was wrong. I told her it had been a rough call but didn't go into details. Some things you don't bring to the breakfast table, especially not with a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old asking why Daddy looks so tired. I ate mechanically, showered, and tried to sleep. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw that foot sticking out from under the tarp, the dark red polish on the toenails. I kept thinking about Vernon Hatch and his impossible story, the fear in his eyes when he grabbed my wrist, the desperation in his voice when he swore he hadn't hurt her. Part of me wanted to believe him, wanted to believe that he really was just a panicked idiot who made a catastrophic decision on a freezing highway in the middle of the night. But another part of me, the part that had seen the way he avoided looking at the SUV, the way his hands trembled even before I touched his wound, couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story than he was telling. The news broke 2 days later. I was at the fire station doing equipment maintenance when Randy called me into his office and showed me the article on his computer screen. The woman in the tarp had been identified as Marissa Keene, 31 years old, a dental hygienist from West Lafayette, who had been reported missing by her roommate on New Year's Eve. According to the preliminary coroner's report, she had died from blunt force trauma to the head, and the estimated time of death was somewhere between 10 in the evening and 2 in the morning on December 31st, hours before Vernon Hatch claimed to have found her body on the side of the road. The article went on to say that Hatch had been arrested and charged with murder, that investigators had found evidence linking him to the victim, and that he was being held without bail pending further investigation. I read the words twice, 3 times, trying to reconcile them with the man I had treated on that frozen highway. The scared, confused, desperate man who had grabbed my wrist and sworn he was innocent. Randy closed the browser and leaned back in his chair, rubbing his eyes with the heels of his hands. "Hell of a way to start the new year," he said quietly. I nodded but didn't respond. There was nothing to say that would make any of it make sense. The details came out slowly over the following weeks, pieced together from news reports and courtroom documents and the occasional conversation with Deputy Russo, who I ran into at a gas station one evening in late January. Vernon Hatch, it turned out, had known Marissa Keene. They had met at a grief support group in Lafayette about 8 months earlier. Vernon had lost his wife to cancer in 2022, and Marissa had lost her younger brother in a motorcycle accident. According to witnesses from the group, they had formed a friendship that Vernon apparently misinterpreted as something more. When Marissa gently rejected his advances, he became obsessive, showing up at her workplace, sending dozens of text messages, leaving notes on her car. She had filed for a restraining order just 2 weeks before her death, but it hadn't been processed yet. On New Year's Eve, investigators believed, Vernon followed her from a party she had attended with friends, forced her off the road near that bridge overpass, and killed her in a rage. The tarp, the bungee cords, the whole elaborate story about finding her body. It was all a desperate attempt to create an alibi that fell apart the moment he lost control of his SUV on the ice. Vernon Hatch was convicted of first-degree murder in September of that year and sentenced to life without parole. I didn't attend the trial, but I followed it in the news, reading every article I could find like I was searching for something that would help me understand. The thing that haunts me even now isn't the image of that foot sticking out from under the tarp, or the way Marissa Keene's family wept in the courtroom when the verdict was read. It's the way Vernon looked at me on that frozen highway, the way he grabbed my wrist and begged me to believe him. In that moment, I did believe him. I looked into his eyes and saw what I thought was genuine terror, genuine confusion, and I felt sorry for him. I've been a volunteer firefighter long enough to think I can read people, to trust my instincts about who's telling the truth and who's lying. But Vernon Hatch fooled me completely. He sat there with blood running down his face and told me a story so absurd that it almost sounded true, and I bought it. I think about that sometimes when I respond to calls now, when I'm treating someone at an accident scene or a house fire and they're telling me what happened. I think about how easy it is to believe someone who seems scared, who seems vulnerable, who seems like a victim. And I remember that the real victim that morning was wrapped in a blue tarp in the back of an overturned SUV, silent and cold, while her killer sat 15 feet away convincing me he was innocent. That's what stays with me. That's what I can't forget. The knowledge that I looked evil in the face and felt nothing but sympathy. Celebrating my birthday on December 31st always felt like a blessing and a curse. On one hand, the whole world throws a party. On the other, good luck getting anyone to focus on you when fireworks and champagne are involved. By 2024, after graduating college in 2017 and spending years building a career in marketing, I figured I deserved one night of real celebration. My friend Heather had been raving about this upscale nightclub downtown called Velour for months. One of those places where the cocktails cost $20 and the bouncers wear earpieces like Secret Service agents. She convinced me that ringing in the new year there would be the perfect way to mark another trip around the sun. I spent $200 on a sequined dress and another $50 on heels I could barely walk in. Heather picked me up around 10, and we arrived just as the line was wrapping around the block. The bass from inside vibrated through the concrete, and I remember thinking this was exactly what I needed. The interior of Velour matched every expectation I had built in my head. Crystal chandeliers hung from vaulted ceilings, casting prismatic light across a dance floor packed with bodies moving in synchronized chaos. VIP sections were roped off with velvet, occupied by people who looked like they belonged in magazine spreads. Heather grabbed my wrist and pulled me toward the main bar, where 3 bartenders in matching black vests were shaking cocktails like performers. I ordered a single vodka cranberry, my only drink of the night, wanting to stay sharp enough to actually remember the countdown. Heather disappeared into the crowd around 11, chasing after some guy she recognized from her spin class, and I found a spot near one of the tall tables overlooking the dance floor. The music was loud, the energy electric, and I felt genuinely happy for the first time in months. I checked my phone, saw it was 11:42, and started scanning the room for Heather so we could find a good spot for midnight. That was when a man in a server uniform approached my table carrying a tray with a single champagne flute. He was tall, maybe 6'2", with a shaved head and a jawline sharp enough to cut glass. His uniform matched the other staff members perfectly: black vest, white dress shirt, even the little gold pin on his collar that said Velour in cursive script. He smiled and placed the glass in front of me, leaning in close to be heard over the music. "Complimentary champagne for the countdown," he said, gesturing vaguely toward the bar. I thanked him without a second thought. This was exactly the kind of thing upscale clubs did, especially on New Year's Eve. He nodded once and disappeared into the crowd before I could even ask if he had seen a redhead in a green dress, which was Heather. The champagne looked expensive, with tiny bubbles rising in perfect columns, and I brought it to my lips without hesitation. The first sip tasted slightly bitter, which I attributed to whatever high-end brand they were pouring. I took another small sip and set the glass down, turning my attention back to the dance floor. 11:47. The DJ was building toward something, layering beats that made the whole room pulse like a single living organism. I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me, subtle at first, like standing up too fast. I gripped the edge of the table and blinked hard, trying to focus. The light seemed brighter, the music louder, and the faces around me started to blur at the edges. My legs felt heavy, as if someone had filled my shoes with wet sand. I had experienced tipsy before, and this was not that. 1 vodka cranberry and 2 sips of champagne should not have done this to me. My vision started narrowing, the periphery going dark like someone was slowly closing curtains on either side of my eyes. I fumbled for my phone, but my fingers felt thick and clumsy, disconnected from my brain. I needed to move. I needed to find Heather, find a security guard, find anyone who could help me. I pushed myself away from the table and immediately stumbled, catching myself on the arm of a stranger who barely glanced at me, before turning back to his conversation. The room was spinning now, not dramatically like in movies, but in slow tilts that made every step feel like walking on a ship in rough waters. I aimed for the restrooms, remembering they were near the back hallway, past the second bar. People bumped into me constantly, too absorbed in their own celebrations to notice a woman struggling to stay upright. The countdown clock on the main screen showed 11:51, 9 minutes until the new year. 9 minutes until everyone would be screaming and kissing and completely oblivious to anything else happening around them. I made it maybe 20 feet before 2 men appeared on either side of me, one grabbing my elbow and the other placing a hand on my lower back. "Hey, there she is," the one on my left said loudly, his voice carrying a practiced cheerfulness that made my stomach turn. "We have been looking everywhere for you." He was shorter than the man who gave me the champagne, stocky with a thick neck and a goatee that looked like it had been drawn on with a marker. The other one was younger, maybe mid-20s, with sandy hair and a polo shirt that screamed fraternity alumni. They moved in perfect coordination, guiding me toward the back of the club like they had done this 100 times before. I tried to pull away, but my arm felt like it belonged to someone else. "She always does this," the younger one said to a couple who glanced our way, shaking his head with an exasperated smile. "Too much champagne, you know how it is." The couple laughed and returned to their drinks. Nobody questioned it. Nobody asked if I was okay. It was New Year's Eve, and everyone assumed I was just another drunk girl being helped home by her friends. Somewhere deep in the fog, clouding my brain, a survival instinct kicked in. I remembered reading somewhere that you should make a scene, be loud, be difficult, because predators rely on compliance. I planted my heels into the floor as hard as I could, which was not very hard given my condition, and let out a sound that was meant to be a scream, but came out more like a strangled moan. The stocky one tightened his grip on my elbow, his fingers digging in hard enough to leave bruises I would find the next morning. "Easy now," he muttered close to my ear, his breath hot and smelling like whiskey. "You are making a scene." I saw the restroom sign glowing maybe 15 feet ahead and made a decision. I went completely limp, letting my body drop like dead weight. The move caught them off guard, and for a split second their grip loosened. I threw myself sideways, crashing into a group of women in matching silver dresses who shrieked and spilled their drinks everywhere. The chaos gave me just enough cover to crawl on my hands and knees, toward the bathroom door. I do not remember pushing the door open. I do not remember locking myself in the handicap stall at the far end. What I remember is pressing my back against the cold tile wall and fumbling with my phone, my vision swimming so badly that the screen looked like it was underwater. I managed to pull up the number for the club, which I had saved earlier in case Heather and I got separated. A woman answered on the third ring, barely audible over the music bleeding through the line. "I need security," I said, or at least I tried to say. The words came out slurred and broken. "Someone drugged me. 2 men, trying to take me out." There was a pause, then her voice sharpened. "Where are you right now?" "Bathroom," I managed. "Back hallway." "Stay there," she said. "Do not move. Do not open the door for anyone except security. They will knock 3 times and say the word midnight." I slid down the wall until I was sitting on the floor, my sequined dress bunched up around my thighs, and I waited. The bathroom door opened twice while I sat there. The first time, I heard heels clicking on tile and two women laughing about someone named Brad who had apparently kissed the wrong girl at the bar. They fixed their makeup, complained about the line, and left without ever knowing I was 10 feet away fighting to stay conscious. The second time was worse. The door creaked open slowly, and there were no voices, no heels, just the soft thud of flat shoes on tile. I held my breath, which was difficult because my lungs felt like they were wrapped in plastic. The footsteps moved methodically, stopping at each stall. I watched the shadow pass under the gap at the bottom of my door, a dark shape that paused for just a moment too long. Then a knock. Not 3 knocks. Just one, slow and deliberate. I pressed my hand over my mouth to keep from making any sound. The shadow lingered, and I could hear breathing on the other side of the door, patient and unhurried. Then the main bathroom door burst open and a woman's voice cut through the silence like a blade. "Security, we are clearing the restroom." The shadow retreated instantly, footsteps quick and light, disappearing out the door before the security team could fully enter. I heard a woman's voice call out, asking if anyone needed assistance, and I finally let myself speak. "In here," I croaked. "Back stall." The lock clicked open from the outside, and I found myself staring up at a woman in a black polo with "security" printed across the chest in white letters. She was built like someone who had played college softball, broad shoulders and arms that looked like they could throw a punch without thinking twice. Behind her stood a man with a shaved head and a radio crackling on his hip. The woman crouched down to my level, her eyes scanning my face with a clinical efficiency that made me feel both safe and terrified. "Can you tell me what happened?" I told her everything I could remember, my words still thick and clumsy. The champagne, the man in the server uniform, the 2 men who tried to take me outside. She exchanged a look with her partner that told me this was not the first time they had heard a story like mine. They brought me to a back office, a small room cluttered with monitors showing feeds from cameras positioned throughout the club. The countdown had already happened while I was on the bathroom floor, and confetti still drifted through the main room like glitter snow. A manager named Vince, a heavy-set man with kind eyes and a receding hairline, sat me down with a bottle of water and started pulling up footage. The female security guard, whose name was Jackie, stayed by my side the entire time. Within minutes, they found him. The man in the server uniform appeared on camera at 11:38, walking through a service entrance near the loading dock. He was not on the employee roster. He had acquired a staff wristband from somewhere, probably stolen it off a real server, and had walked through the back hallways like he belonged there. On another monitor, they tracked him moving through the crowd, champagne flute in hand, stopping at my table for less than 30 seconds before vanishing again. Vince rewound and zoomed in, and I saw it clearly. The moment before he approached me, he pulled a small vial from his pocket and tipped something into the glass. But what made me feel truly sick was the footage from the back exit. Starting around 11:50, the same man appeared on the camera covering the rear door, the one that led to the alley behind the club. He checked the handle. He looked at his phone. He paced a few steps away, then came back. Every 2 or 3 minutes he repeated this pattern, his eyes fixed on the door like a predator waiting at a watering hole. The timestamp in the corner ticked past midnight, past 12:15, past 12:30. He only left when a delivery truck pulled into the alley at 12:42, headlights flooding the area and forcing him to retreat into the shadows and eventually out of frame. The 2 men who had tried to escort me out of the club never appeared on that camera. Jackie told me they had probably been stationed inside to guide targets toward the exit, while the man outside handled whatever came next. Targets. She used that word like it was routine, like they had a whole system figured out. The police arrived around 1 in the morning. 2 detectives, a man and a woman, took my statement, while a paramedic checked my vitals and drew blood to confirm what everyone already knew. They found traces of gamma-hydroxybutyrate in my system, the same substance that shows up in dozens of cases like mine every year. Heather finally appeared around 1:30. Mascara streaked down her face, sobbing and apologizing for disappearing. I did not have the energy to be angry with her. The detectives told me they would pull the footage, run facial recognition, do everything they could. But their tone carried a weight I recognized. The kind of professional pessimism that comes from working too many cases that go nowhere. The men knew how to avoid being identified. They wore no distinctive clothing, had no visible tattoos, and the camera angles never captured a clear shot of the tall one's face. The wristband had been reported stolen by a server who noticed it missing around 10:45, but assumed he had simply misplaced it in the chaos of the night. These men had done this before. They would probably do it again. I spent New Year's Day in bed, curtains drawn, jumping at every sound from the hallway outside my apartment. Heather stayed with me for 3 days straight, sleeping on my couch and checking the locks every few hours. The bruises on my arm turned purple, then yellow, then faded into nothing. The police called twice over the following weeks, once to confirm the toxicology results, and once to tell me they had not been able to identify any of the 3 men. The case went cold, filed away with hundreds of others just like it. I still think about that night, about the single knock on the bathroom stall door and the breathing on the other side. I think about the man waiting by the back exit, checking his phone, patient as a spider in a web. Sometimes I wonder if he found someone else that night after I escaped, someone who did not make it to the bathroom in time. I do not go to clubs anymore. I do not accept drinks I did not watch being poured. And every December 31st, while the rest of the world celebrates, I stay home with the doors locked and the lights on, grateful to be alive and terrified of the people who tried to make sure I would not be. New Year's Eve has always been my excuse to stay indoors. While everyone else floods the streets and packs into bars, I prefer the quiet of my own apartment. A modest 2-bedroom unit on the 3rd floor of a building in a working-class neighborhood just outside of Houston. My sister Vicky keeps telling me I need to get out more, that turning 34 means nothing if I spend every holiday like a hermit. But after 10 years working as an HVAC technician, crawling through attics and dealing with people's broken units all day, the last thing I want is to squeeze into some overcrowded venue with strangers screaming in my ear. That Wednesday night, December 31st, 2023, felt like any other quiet celebration to me. I had invited my buddy Jerome and his wife Patty over for some food, a few beers, and whatever countdown show was playing on TV. Nothing fancy, nothing wild. Just 3 people in their 30s acting their age for once. My apartment sat on Ridgecrest Drive, a street that got louder every year as the neighborhood changed, but I figured the noise would die down by 1 or 2 in the morning like it always did. Jerome and Patty left around 12:30, right after we watched the ball drop and clinked our bottles together. Patty had to work an early shift at the hospital the next morning, so they didn't stick around long. I remember standing at my door, waving them off as they walked down the outdoor corridor toward the stairwell, their footsteps echoing against the concrete. The air outside was thick with the smell of gunpowder and barbecue smoke, and I could hear fireworks popping somewhere in the distance, or at least what I assumed were fireworks. That distinction would matter a lot more in about 20 minutes. I closed the door, locked the deadbolt, and started gathering up the paper plates and empty bottles from my coffee table. My TV was still on, some post-midnight coverage showing celebrations in Times Square, and I had this peaceful feeling in my chest like the night had gone exactly as planned. I carried the trash into the kitchen, tossed it in the bin under the sink, and grabbed a wet rag to wipe down the counter. Everything was calm, everything was normal, and I had no idea that my ceiling was about to explode. I was wiping down the kitchen counter when I heard the first crack. It wasn't like a firework. Fireworks have that whistling buildup, that theatrical pause before the boom. This was sharp, sudden, like someone snapping a thick branch right above my head. I looked up at the ceiling just in time to see a chunk of drywall the size of my fist come loose and tumble down onto my living room carpet. Dust puffed up from the impact, little white particles floating in the glow of my floor lamp. For a second, I just stood there with the wet rag in my hand, trying to process what I was seeing. My first thought was that something had fallen on the roof, Maybe a piece of debris from a firework or some drunk idiot throwing something off a balcony. But then I noticed the hole, a small, dark puncture in the ceiling surrounded by cracked plaster, perfectly round, like someone had driven a nail through from the apartment above. Except there was no apartment above me. I lived on the top floor, and above my ceiling was nothing but roofing material and open Texas sky. I walked over slowly, my brain still not catching up to what my eyes were telling me. The debris on the carpet wasn't just drywall. There was something else mixed in, something small and metallic glinting under the lamplight. I crouched down and saw it clearly. A bullet, deformed and flattened on one side, sitting right there on my beige carpet like it belonged there. I picked it up without thinking, and the heat surprised me so much that I almost dropped it. The metal was warm, not burning hot, but definitely warm. The kind of temperature you feel when you grab a coffee mug that's been sitting out for 10 minutes. My mind raced through possibilities. A gun accident in a neighboring building, some kind of malfunction, maybe a hunter somewhere outside the city limits. None of it made sense. I was standing in my own living room holding a bullet that had just fallen from my ceiling. And outside, I could still hear what sounded like 100 firecrackers going off in every direction. That's when the second shot came through. This one was closer. Way closer. The crack was louder, more violent, and a spray of white dust erupted from the ceiling maybe 6 feet to my left, right above the edge of my couch. I watched in horror as a second chunk of drywall broke loose and crashed onto the cushions, followed by another bullet that bounced off the armrest and rolled onto the floor. My body finally caught up to my brain, and I dropped to my knees behind the kitchen island, pressing my back against the cabinets. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat, in my temples, in my fingertips. Someone was shooting at my apartment. That was the only thought I could form. Someone was shooting at my apartment, and I had no idea who or why. I pressed myself lower, trying to make myself as small as possible, my cheek against the cold tile floor. The popcorn ceiling above me suddenly looked like a minefield, every inch of it a potential entry point for the next round. I could hear more pops outside, more cracks, more explosions that I now knew weren't fireworks at all. I fumbled for my phone in my pocket, my fingers clumsy and uncooperative. The screen lit up and I dialed 911, pressing the phone hard against my ear while keeping my body flat behind the island. It rang 4 times before someone picked up, and the voice on the other end sounded exhausted, overwhelmed like they'd already answered 1,000 calls that night. I tried to explain what was happening. Bullets coming through my ceiling, 2 shots already, I'm hiding in my kitchen. But the words came out jumbled and frantic. The dispatcher asked for my address and I gave it to her, spelling out Ridgecrest Drive twice because she couldn't hear me over the noise in the background on her end. Then she said something that made my entire body go cold. She told me that they were receiving dozens of calls about gunfire across the city, that officers were stretched thin responding to shootings and accidents, and that it might be 30 to 40 minutes before anyone could get to my location. 30 to 40 minutes. I was lying on my kitchen floor with bullets punching through my roof, and the best they could offer was maybe an hour. The dispatcher told me to stay low and stay away from windows, like I needed instructions on how to not get shot. She said she'd keep my call logged as a priority, but I could hear the doubt in her voice, the resignation of someone who knew the system was failing in real time. I thanked her anyway and hung up, then immediately called Jerome. He picked up on the second ring, his voice groggy like he'd already fallen asleep in the car ride home. I told him what was happening, speaking fast and low, and I heard Patty gasp in the background when she understood. Jerome wanted to come back, wanted to drive over right then. But I told him no. The streets were chaos. People were firing guns into the air everywhere. And the last thing I needed was my best friend catching a stray bullet on his way to save me. He made me promise to keep texting him every few minutes, to let him know I was still okay. I promised, even though I had no idea if I would be okay, if any of us would be okay, if this nightmare would ever end. I army crawled from the kitchen toward the hallway, keeping my body as flat as possible against the tile. My bathroom was at the end of the hall, a small, windowless room with a cast-iron bathtub that my landlord had never bothered to replace. In that moment, that old ugly tub seemed like the safest place in the world. Surrounded by walls on all sides, no ceiling exposure to the roof, just solid porcelain and iron between me and whatever was falling from the sky. I pulled myself along the floor, my elbows burning against the rough surface, my breath coming in short, ragged bursts. Another crack echoed somewhere outside, followed by a whoop of celebration and more gunfire. I realized then what was happening, why the bullets were coming down at random angles, why the police couldn't stop it. It wasn't a shooting in the traditional sense. It was celebratory gunfire. People all over the neighborhood, maybe all over the city, firing their pistols straight up into the air to ring in the new year. And what goes up, as they say, must come down. Every bullet that left those barrels was arcing through the night sky and falling back to earth with enough force to punch through roofing material, through drywall, through flesh and bone if you were unlucky enough to be in its path. I made it to the bathroom and climbed into the tub, pulling myself over the cold porcelain edge and curling up at the bottom like a child hiding from a thunderstorm. The cast iron pressed against my spine, hard and unforgiving, but I didn't care. I lay there in the dark, staring up at the bathroom ceiling, listening to the chaos outside. Every pop made me flinch. Every crack sent a jolt of adrenaline through my system. I kept my phone clutched against my chest, the screen lighting up every few minutes with texts from Jerome asking if I was still alive. I typed back one-word responses. Yes, okay, still here. Because I couldn't manage anything more. Time moved strangely in that bathtub. Minutes felt like hours, and hours felt like days. I could hear music playing from somewhere down the street, bass thumping through the walls, people laughing and shouting like the world wasn't raining bullets. At one point, I heard a woman scream, a sharp piercing sound that cut through everything else, and I pressed my palms over my ears and squeezed my eyes shut and prayed it wasn't what I thought it was. The third bullet came through around 1:15 in the morning. I heard it hit somewhere in the apartment, a distant thud followed by the familiar sound of debris falling. I didn't move from the bathtub. I couldn't move. My legs had gone numb from the awkward position, and my back was screaming from being pressed against the hard surface for so long, but none of that mattered. I just lay there, counting the seconds between each burst of gunfire outside, trying to calculate how many more rounds might be headed my way. I thought about my mom, who lived alone in a single-story house on the other side of town, and wondered if she was safe. I thought about Jerome and Patty, probably home by now, probably lying in their bed unable to sleep. I thought about all the New Year's Eves I had spent complaining about the noise, rolling my eyes at the reckless idiots shooting their guns into the air, never once imagining that I would end up cowering in my bathtub while their bullets punched holes through my home. The gunfire outside seemed to come in waves, intense barrages followed by brief moments of quiet, then building up again like a storm that refused to pass. Somewhere around 2:30, the shooting started to slow down. The gaps between bursts grew longer, the pops more scattered, the whoops and cheers less frequent. I stayed in the tub anyway, not trusting the silence, not trusting anything. My phone battery had dropped to 12%, and I watched it tick down with growing anxiety, knowing that if something else happened, I might not be able to call for help. At 3 in the morning, I finally heard sirens, not coming to my building, but somewhere nearby, maybe a block or two over. I wondered if someone had been hit, if that woman's scream I heard earlier had been more than just fear. I wondered how many people across the city were lying in bathtubs just like me, or hiding under beds, or pressing themselves flat against floors while the sky rained metal. The thought made me feel less alone and more terrified at the same time. By 3:30, the gunfire had mostly stopped, replaced by the distant wail of ambulances and the occasional bark of a dog. I waited another 30 minutes before I trusted myself to move, my muscles stiff and aching as I pulled myself up and over the edge of the tub. I walked through my apartment like a survivor, surveying the wreckage after a natural disaster. The living room was covered in a thin layer of white dust from the ceiling damage. I found 3 holes total, one above the carpet where the first bullet came through, one above the couch from the second, and a third near my bedroom door that I hadn't even heard happen. The bullets themselves were scattered across the floor, small deformed pieces of metal that had traveled through the night sky before crashing into my life. I picked them up one by one and dropped them into a glass jar on my kitchen counter, my hands still trembling from the adrenaline that hadn't fully left my system. The police finally showed up around 4:15, 2 exhausted officers who took photos of the damage and filled out a report that I knew would go nowhere. They told me that dozens of people had called in similar complaints, that at least 3 people in the greater Houston area had been hit by stray bullets that night, including a teenager who was in critical condition at Memorial Hermann. They gave me a case number and a pamphlet about victim services and wished me a happy new year on their way out the door. I moved out of that apartment 6 weeks later, broke my lease, paid the penalty, and found a ground floor unit in a quieter part of town where the neighbors are mostly retirees and young families. My landlord tried to charge me for the ceiling repairs, but I threatened to go to the local news with photos of the bullet holes, and he backed off pretty quick. Jerome helped me pack up my stuff, and when we carried the last box down to the moving truck, I looked up at my old living room window and felt nothing but relief. I still have those 3 bullets in that glass jar, sitting on a shelf in my new place like some kind of morbid souvenir. People ask me about them sometimes, and I tell them the story, and they always react the same way. Disbelief first, then horror, then that uncomfortable silence that comes when someone realizes how close you came to not being here anymore. My sister Vicky says I should throw them away, that keeping them is unhealthy, but I disagree. I keep them because I need to remember how random it all was, how easily one of those rounds could have come through while I was standing up instead of crouching down. New Year's Eve came around again this past December, and I spent it at my mom's house on the other side of town, far from the neighborhoods where people still think firing guns into the air is a celebration. We watched the countdown on our old television, drank sparkling cider because she doesn't keep alcohol in the house, and when midnight hit, I flinched at every distant pop I heard outside. She noticed, of course. Moms always notice. And she put her hand on my arm and told me I was safe. I wanted to believe her. I really did. But the truth is, I don't think I'll ever hear fireworks the same way again. Every crack, every boom, every whistle sends my mind back to that bathtub, to those hours spent curled up against cold porcelain while the world fell apart above me. I survived that night by pure luck, nothing more. The bullets that came through my ceiling could have hit me just as easily as they hit the drywall. And somewhere out there, the people who fired those shots probably don't even know what they did. They probably woke up the next morning with hangovers and empty magazines, and no idea that their celebration almost ended my life. That's the part that haunts me the most. Not the fear, not the helplessness, but the randomness of it all. The complete and total randomness. The last night of that year still sits in my memory with this strange mix of excitement and static, like a song that cuts out right before the best part. I'd headed downtown with my friend Marissa because neither of us wanted to spend New Year's Eve alone in our apartments again. The city had turned the main square into this giant glowing stage, packed with food trucks, metallic confetti drifting over everyone's heads, and a countdown timer projected against a building that reflected the lights like a cracked mirror. I remember feeling almost weightless from the noise and the closeness of people leaning shoulder to shoulder, just trying to see the fireworks better. At that moment, everything felt safe, crowded, but safe. Marissa kept tugging at my sleeve, pointing at strangers' ridiculous hats or couples rehearsing kisses too early. We laugh the way you laugh when you're trying to convince yourself the year will be different just because the clock says so. The countdown hit 0, and the square erupted with a roar so loud it felt like the air thickened around us. People jumped, hugged, screamed, and that huge surge of bodies moved in every direction at once. Marissa and I lifted our phones to film, trying not to poke anyone in the eye, while fireworks exploded behind the skyscrapers in colors so bright they washed out the whole sky. It took maybe 2 minutes for the happy chaos to shift into something far more frantic. The crowd started pushing toward the metro entrance we needed to reach, and our steps got pulled into that tide whether we wanted them to or not. Marissa was right in front of me, literally an arm's length, her hair full of glitter, her silver scarf trailing like a tail behind her. I kept my eyes on that scarf because it became the only anchor I had in the movement. By the time we reached the sidewalk near the metro steps, that anchor slipped. A group surged between us, drunk and loud, and bodies shuttled us apart in this jittery sideways motion I couldn't control. I tried calling her name, but the fireworks drowned everything out. I could still see the top of her head, but the stream of people pushed her forward faster than me, almost funneling her toward the entrance. It didn't feel threatening, just messy, so I figured she was getting carried ahead and would wait for me downstairs. My boot slid slightly on crushed confetti, and someone bumped my shoulder hard enough to tilt my balance. When I regained it, her silver scarf was nowhere in sight. Still, that didn't alarm me yet. It was New Year's Eve. People were basically a living river at that point. Inside the station, the atmosphere felt tighter, like the walls were amplifying every leftover shout and every echo from the street above. Trains were pulling in and out non-stop, trying to move crowds before things turned into another headline about injuries near the square. I stepped into the first car that opened, scanning faces quickly, expecting to see Marissa waving me over with that mocking, "took you long enough" expression she always used. Instead, my phone buzzed right as the doors were about to close. The message preview lit up my screen in this stark white box that didn't match the celebration at all. It was from Marissa, sent seconds earlier, and it read, "Someone's pulling me. Help." The doors slid shut in front of me before I could step out. The train lurched forward, but my mind barely registered the movement. That message didn't match the tone of anything we'd lived in the past hour, and the wording hit me with this sharp clarity that cut through the leftover excitement. I squeezed past a couple leaning against the pole and hit the emergency intercom before I could second-guess myself. My voice came out too loud, telling the operator I needed to get off at the next stop immediately. People stared, but no one asked what was happening. Everyone looked exhausted from the crowd. When the train stopped, I pushed through the doors the second they opened and sprinted up the escalator 2 steps at a time, my heart slamming against my ribs in a messy rhythm that had nothing to do with panic attacks and everything to do with the fact that Marissa wasn't answering a single call. Outside, the fireworks were still echoing across the downtown buildings, masking sirens and shouts from somewhere close. When I reached the street level, the police presence had doubled. Officers were guiding injured people toward makeshift aid stations, and I overheard someone mention crush injuries near the center of the square. That only added to the mess in my head, but I forced myself to retrace our route as precisely as I could. Every block looked slightly distorted, as if the combination of smoke, confetti, and leftover bursts of light had thrown a filter over the city. I followed the path we'd carved through the crowd earlier, checking the ground for anything familiar. A glove, a hat, a metallic noisemaker. None of it mattered. None of it was hers. My brain kept clinging to the last clear image I had of her. That silver scarf dragging lightly against the pavement as she pushed toward the metro steps. It took me several minutes to reach the spot where we'd been separated, and that's when I noticed a shape on the ground that hadn't been there before. The scarf lay half crumpled near the side of a maintenance doorway built into the station wall. The metal door was supposed to stay locked. Every local knew that. Yet it sat slightly ajar as if someone had nudged it with their foot while passing through. The scarf looked like it had been dropped mid-movement, not placed gently. I crouched and picked it up, and there was this faint smell of the cologne she'd been wearing earlier, mixed with something damp and metallic that didn't fit the night at all. I called her again, straight to voicemail. Something in my chest tightened, and I backed away just enough to catch a breath before leaning toward the doorway. Inside the narrow opening, a sliver of yellow light flickered, the kind produced by old bulbs that hum louder than they shine. The passage led downward, not deep, but enough that the sounds of the street faded into a muffled roar. A sign on the wall read, "Authorized personnel only," and the paint was peeling like bark off a dying tree. I hesitated because stepping in felt like breaking a boundary the city had drawn on purpose. But the scarf was still in my hand, and the message on my phone hadn't magically changed. I slipped through the doorway, keeping one hand on the wall because the floor slanted unevenly. The deeper I went, the more the tunnel carried this sharp smell of dust and wet concrete, and something else, something that reminded me of a basement after a flood. The tunnel curved left, then right, like it had been added in pieces over the years without any real planning. As I walked, the noise from above dissolved completely, replaced by the echo of my own footsteps bouncing off the walls in uneven patterns. That echo wasn't consistent, though. Every few seconds there was a second sound trailing mine, not synchronized, not repeated in the same rhythm. It felt like someone ahead of me was adjusting their pace on purpose. I kept calling Marissa's name, but the tunnel swallowed my voice, smothering the edges of it. The air grew heavier as I moved deeper, and the yellow bulbs blinked more frequently, making the whole place pulse like a heartbeat I wasn't part of. Eventually, the narrow passage opened into a larger service room filled with old equipment and cables, coiled across the floor like abandoned ropes. In the center of the room, a utility cart sat turned on its side, and behind it was a small alcove, no wider than a closet. I saw movement, tiny, hesitant, like someone pulling their hand away from the light. When I stepped closer, something shifted inside the alcove and a person rushed out, stumbling into me with so much force that we both slid across the dusty floor. It was Marissa. Her eyes were wide and unfocused, her voice scratchy from screaming in a place where no one could hear her. She kept saying someone had grabbed her wrist in the crowd and steered her toward the doorway, guiding her with this unsettling confidence, like they'd done it before. Before I could make sense of any of it, a shadow moved in the far corner of the room, a figure stepping back into darkness the moment our eyes met. The outline was tall, shoulders stiff, posture deliberate. Whoever it was didn't run. They simply retreated into a side passage with the slow certainty of someone who knew the layout far better than we did. I grabbed Marissa's arm, and we bolted in the opposite direction, retracing our steps through the tunnel as fast as our legs allowed. When we reached the doorway, 2 transit officers were already there, alerted by a station tech who'd seen the door open on his monitors. They pulled us out, locked the entrance, and called for backup, while Marissa tried explaining what had happened in broken, trembling sentences. Hours later, after statements, after medical checks, after far too many questions, one of the officers told us something that has stayed with me ever since. Security footage from the metro entrances showed multiple individuals being subtly redirected toward that same locked doorway throughout the night. The person doing it blended perfectly into the crowd each time, never touching anyone long enough to draw attention. They waited for moments when fireworks exploded, when the crowd surged, when no one was looking at anything except the sky. The police never found the person in the tunnel. They searched every inch before sealing it permanently, welding the door shut so no one could enter again. Marissa and I moved out of the city a few months later, and to this day, we don't talk about that night unless someone asks why we never attend public countdowns anymore. I still have her scarf folded in a drawer, and even now I check every doorway near a station before I walk past it. The drive home after the New Year fireworks usually felt like a small ritual for us. Windows cracked open to let out the smell of sparklers, heater buzzing, and my daughter half asleep in the back seat with one of her boots off. That night, though, the road cutting past the old industrial lots seemed darker than usual, like the streetlights were taking turns failing. I remember leaning forward in my seat, trying to make sense of the shapes outside while my brother, Mark, joked about how the town somehow looked older every year. We weren't in a hurry, just easing our way back after visiting relatives, still carrying that warm, tired feeling you get when the night went longer than planned. Nothing about that moment hinted that things were about to take such a sharp turn. The quiet in the car was almost comforting until Mark muttered something and tapped the brakes. At first, I thought he had slowed down because of debris on the shoulder, maybe some leftover fireworks or a bag that fell from someone's truck. But as the headlights stretched farther across the pavement, a shape stood out, too still, too human. The figure lay close to the gravel line, one arm bent under the body, and the other stretched out like they'd been trying to reach the grass. My chest tightened as I leaned closer, half afraid of seeing a face. The person's jacket had this strange, reflective strip that caught the light, not the kind used on work coats, more like one someone had sewn on themselves. Mark didn't say a word for a solid 5 seconds, just gripping the wheel with this tense calm that only appeared when he was trying not to scare the rest of us. When he pulled onto the shoulder, the car rolled to a stop with a slow crunch of gravel, and I could feel that eerie stillness sink in, the kind that makes every small sound seem louder. The air outside looked thick, almost muffled, and the only movement came from the blinking hazard lights reflecting off bits of broken pavement. Mark told me to stay in the car while he called emergency services, but I stepped out anyway, keeping a few feet behind him. The person on the ground didn't move at all, not even a twitch. There was this odd detail I can't shake. One of their shoes was several feet away, resting upright as if someone had set it down deliberately. Mark kept his voice steady while talking to dispatch, but the way he kept glancing around made it clear he sensed something wrong lurking beneath the surface of what we were seeing. By the time the first patrol car arrived, the officer barely had to look twice before asking us to step back. He walked along the shoulder with a flashlight angled low, sweeping slow, like he expected the ground to tell him a story. It didn't take long for him to find the tire marks, deep, curved impressions cutting across the gravel in a pattern that didn't match a simple accident. Another officer showed up, then a third, and soon they were moving with that clipped urgency people get when they realize they're not dealing with a random tragedy. One of them asked if we'd heard anything earlier, an engine revving, a shout, anything. But the night had been quiet besides the last echo of fireworks. When they told us it looked deliberate, the weight of it settled in so suddenly that even Mark stopped trying to keep his composure for my sake. The neighborhood surrounding that stretch of road slowly came alive as word spread that police were investigating something serious. People stepped out onto porches still wearing party hats, jackets thrown over pajamas, champagne flutes in hand. I remember a woman with a bright red scarf wrapped twice around her neck pointing down the street and telling an officer she'd heard a truck tearing through just after midnight. She described the engine as strained, like someone pushing it harder than it could handle. Another neighbor, an older man leaning heavily on a cane, mentioned seeing headlights swerving near the stop sign moments before disappearing into the dark. The officers marked every detail down, but the way they exchanged glances made it clear these accounts were aligning in a way they didn't like. While they continued gathering statements, one of the detectives, tall guy, narrow face, hair pulled back so tight it almost looked lacquered, approached us. He had this habit of pausing 2 seconds before speaking, as though mentally filtering every sentence. He asked again about the moment we first saw the figure, about the shoe lying away from the body, about how long we'd been parked. Mark answered most of it, but the detective kept watching me as if he wanted a second version of the night to compare against the first. I told him everything I remembered. The sudden stillness, the way the jacket reflected oddly, the absence of skid marks where a driver might have tried to brake. He nodded slowly at each detail, his expression tightening only when dispatch radioed something that made him stiffen and walk off without explanation. A few minutes later, something shifted among the officers, an almost electric ripple of urgency. Additional patrol cars pulled up, and the detective with the lacquered hair returned, now moving faster and speaking with clipped precision. He explained that a missing person alert had just come in from a town a little over an hour away. The description matched the person lying by the shoulder. According to the alert, the individual had been involved in a bar fight earlier that night, one that escalated more violently than anyone there expected. Someone had stormed out afterward, threatening to finish things, and witnesses mentioned a beat-up pickup truck with a dented passenger door speeding away from the parking lot. Hearing that made the scene in front of us tilt into something far heavier than a tragic coincidence. As they processed the information, the truck sightings from the neighbors suddenly snapped into focus for the investigators. The older man with the cane clarified that the truck he'd seen seemed lifted higher than usual, with mismatched headlights, one bright white, one dim and yellowish. The woman with the red scarf added that she noticed a long scrape along the passenger side as it raced past, illuminated briefly by leftover fireworks, smoke hanging low in the air. The detectives exchanged looks with the kind of realization that carries both clarity and dread. Everything was pointing towards someone who knew exactly what they were doing, someone who had chased this person down and used the dark, empty stretch of road as their stage. Standing there, watching the officers pace along the shoulder, I kept replaying the moment we first spotted the figure on the ground. The noise from distant parties had faded by then, leaving the scene oddly quiet, except for the steady hum of police radios. A gust of wind carried the faint popping of leftover fireworks from somewhere deeper in the neighborhood, but it only made the silence feel sharper. Mark leaned against the car, rubbing his jaw, staring at the tire impressions like he expected them to rearrange themselves and reveal something new. Even though we didn't know the victim personally, the weight of what had happened hung over us with this heavy, intrusive presence, as if the road itself had absorbed part of the violence. As the paramedics prepared to transport the victim, the lead detective pulled Mark and me aside. He told us they'd found fragments of blue paint embedded in the gravel, consistent with the description of the pickup from the bar fight. He also mentioned that fresh footprints had been discovered near the grass, scattered and uneven, suggesting the victim had tried to run before collapsing. Something about the way he said it made my chest tighten again, not from fear but from the realization that the person had likely seen the truck bearing down on them. The detective asked if we were willing to give statements at the station later that week, and we agreed immediately. It didn't feel like a choice, it felt like something we owed to the person who never made it past that patch of road. We eventually drove home in near silence, each of us locked in our thoughts. The heater clicked occasionally, filling the car with that dry warmth that usually felt comforting, but that night it just felt wrong, mismatched with the mood. When we passed through the last intersection before our street, I caught myself scanning every approaching set of headlights, searching for mismatched beams or a lifted frame. It was an involuntary habit that stuck with me for weeks afterward. Even my daughter, who had slept through most of the ordeal, sensed the tension the next morning when she asked why everyone seemed extra quiet. Mark and I just exchanged a look, neither of us wanting to explain something we barely understood ourselves. A few days later, the detectives called to let us know the pickup had been found abandoned behind an old storage facility 2 towns over. The driver had fled on foot, leaving behind a mess of fingerprints and a cracked phone still logged into social media. By the end of the week, they'd taken a suspect into custody, someone known for losing control when drunk, someone who'd reportedly left the bar swearing they weren't done yet. Hearing that brought a strange mix of relief and frustration. Relief because the person wouldn't hurt anyone else. Frustration because knowing the motive didn't make the scene on that roadside any easier to forget. We gave our statements, answered every question, and did what little we could. But even now, whenever New Year's comes around, I find myself thinking of that quiet stretch of pavement and hoping no one else ever ends their night the way that poor soul did. By the time that New Year's Eve rolled around, I'd been juggling too many things at once. My job at a small marketing firm, a shaky relationship I was trying to stabilize, and a general sense that I needed one night to just breathe. So when my friend Lucas dragged me to a house party across town, I figured a few hours away from everything wouldn't hurt. The place belonged to one of his co-workers, a guy I barely knew, and the house was packed with people leaning on countertops, laughing too loudly. clutching cheap champagne in plastic cups. I remember noticing the decor. Random thrift store paintings mixed with those battery-powered candles that flicker like they're trying too hard. It felt like every room had a different playlist competing with the next. At some point, while I was standing near a doorway trying to cool off, a woman I'd never seen before approached me. Not casually, she stepped in close like she already knew me. She had sharp, restless eyes and this odd habit of tapping her thumb against her index finger like she was counting seconds. She asked my name, then immediately asked if I wanted to go somewhere quieter with her. I told her I wasn't interested and tried to be polite about it, but she didn't take it well. She leaned in closer, said something under her breath that I couldn't understand, and then walked away so abruptly it almost felt theatrical. I remember watching her disappear into the crowd and feeling an uneasy pressure in my chest, like I'd accidentally broken some unspoken rule. Nothing else weird happened at the party. I went home after midnight, fell asleep on the couch still wearing my jacket, and woke up the next morning to a phone that wouldn't stop vibrating. At first I assumed it was Lucas sending me blurry pictures from the night before. Instead, it was a string of messages from friends asking what the hell I had done. A couple of them weren't even subtle. One told me to explain myself fast. My stomach tightened as I unlocked the first link someone sent. It led to a brand new social media profile using a grainy selfie of me from years ago, slapped beside a long post claiming I'd assaulted a woman at the party. No details, no name attached, just enough vagueness to let people fill in the gaps themselves. Within an hour, the post had been shared into circles I didn't even know I was part of anymore. Old classmates, co-workers, neighbors. People who hadn't spoken to me in years suddenly felt comfortable chiming in with half-baked judgment. My girlfriend didn't answer my calls. Even my boss left a voicemail saying we needed to talk immediately. What really rattled me was the confidence in the fake profile's tone, as if whoever wrote it had practiced mimicking my voice. They added small things only someone who'd observed me closely would know. References to my jacket, the specific drink I'd been holding, the room I'd been in. None of it proved anything, but it painted a picture vivid enough for people to believe whatever they wanted to believe. I kept trying to reach people who knew me well, hoping someone would slow down long enough to hear me out, but most conversations shut down before they even started. One longtime friend sent a single message saying, "Man, this looks really bad," and then vanished offline. Even Lucas, who'd been at the party with me the entire night, hesitated when I called. He told me he hadn't seen anything happen, but that a couple of people claimed the woman I'd spoken with had left the house crying. That detail didn't match anything I remembered, but it was just specific enough to feed the spreading rumor. After we hung up, I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the wall, trying to make sense of how fast the whole situation had taken on a life of its own. My first instinct was to track down the post's creator, so I dug into the fake profile. Whoever made it had gone to great lengths to hide their tracks. The account had only one friend, an empty-looking profile created on the same day. No personal photos, no background info, not even the usual list of random liked pages, just post after post pushing the same accusation, worded slightly differently each time, almost like they were testing which version would get the most traction. I tried reporting it, but the platform's automated system brushed it off, claiming they found no violation. Seeing that message felt like watching a door lock on its own while I was still standing outside. That afternoon, things got worse. My girlfriend finally called, her voice tight and clipped, asking me to stay at my place for a while so she could think clearly. I could hear chatter in the background, her sister, maybe a friend, feeding her their own interpretations while she tried to talk to me. I kept replaying every second of the night in my head, searching for anything that could have been misunderstood, but nothing fit the story being told. The woman from the party had barely spoken to me beyond that strange interaction. The more I tried to explain this, the more it sounded like I was dodging blame, like I was constructing a narrative instead of just telling the truth. By early evening, someone had taken screenshots of the fake profile and reposted them in a community group connected to my workplace, Colleagues I'd never interacted with were now leaving comments wondering if the company would take appropriate action. When I tried logging into my work email to get ahead of it, I found my access temporarily suspended. That was the moment a kind of heavy electric tension settled in my chest, because it became obvious that whoever targeted me wasn't just stirring up trouble for fun. They were pushing everything toward a point where I'd be isolated, discredited, and unable to defend myself. And the scariest part was realizing that the only person at the party who'd acted strangely was the same woman, whose name I still didn't know. I decided to go back to the house where the party had taken place, hoping someone there might remember the woman, or at least give me her name. When I pulled up, the place was noticeably quieter than the night before. A couple of empty cups were still scattered in the yard, and faint music played from somewhere inside, like someone had forgotten to turn off a speaker. The host, a guy named Trevor, answered the door looking groggy and confused, wearing a hoodie with a faded logo and holding a half-eaten granola bar. When I asked if we could talk, he let me in but kept glancing at his phone as if expecting the conversation to go sideways. I explained everything as calmly as I could, watching his confusion shift into discomfort. When I mentioned the woman who had approached me, he paused as if searching his memory for something that wouldn't come. He said he didn't recognize the description at all. Sharp eyes, constant tapping, that weirdly rehearsed way she spoke. He insisted he'd never invited anyone like that and would have remembered if she'd caused any trouble. The more he denied knowing her, the stranger the situation felt. He finally admitted that a few people had mentioned seeing someone crying near the bathroom, but nobody could agree on what she looked like. Some said she wore a dark jacket. Others insisted it was light-colored. One person swore she had short hair, while someone else was adamant she had long hair pulled into a braid. It was like people were describing 4 different women. As I left the house, I called Lucas again and asked if he could meet me somewhere quiet. He showed up at a small coffee shop near the river, looking uneasy but trying to be supportive. I walked him through everything I'd found so far, and he leaned forward with both elbows on the table, tracing the rim of his cup with one finger while he listened. When I mentioned the conflicting descriptions of the woman, he nodded slowly and said something that stuck with me. It's like she wanted attention, but not an actual identity. That phrasing hit harder than he probably intended. The idea that someone could deliberately move through a crowd leaving such scattered impressions, barely consistent, yet memorable enough to weaponize, made the whole situation feel less random and more deliberate. On my way home, I decided to check the fake profile again, half hoping it had been taken down. Instead, I found a new post pinned to the top, a long message claiming I'd threatened the woman after she tried to get help. They even added a timestamp suggesting the argument had happened around the same moment I was outside talking with Lucas. The post included a blurry photo of the back of my jacket taken from an angle I didn't recognize. I hadn't felt watched at the party, but clearly someone had been paying very close attention to me. And seeing that picture, slightly tilted, taken from a doorway, made me realize that whoever started this had been close enough to brush past me without me ever noticing. When I got home, I called my brother, who's usually the level-headed one in the family, hoping he'd give me some unbiased perspective. Instead, he sounded wary, like he was choosing every word with caution. He told me he believed me, but he also said the situation was bigger than either of us expected. Someone had messaged him anonymously with screenshots before I even reached out, urging him to take distance for everyone's sake. Hearing that made something tighten behind my ribs. Not fear exactly, but a sharp awareness that the person behind this wasn't just tossing accusations into the void. They were reaching into my life with surgical precision, touching people I trusted before I could. I ended the call feeling like the walls of my life had shifted a few inches inward. That night I barely slept. Instead, I sat on my couch with every light on, scrolling through the fake profile again and again, trying to find a crack in it. Around 3 in the morning, a comment appeared under one of the posts, an account I didn't recognize tagging another person and saying, Isn't this what you warned us about? Curious, I clicked on the commenter's profile. Buried in their old posts was a picture from the New Year's Eve party, taken in the kitchen. In the corner, near a stack of red cups, stood the same woman who had approached me. Same restless hands, same intense stare. The photo was time-stamped hours earlier than when she spoke to me, but her expression was identical, like she'd been maintaining the same mask all night. And beside her stood someone I did recognize, Trevor, the host, laughing at something off camera. The next morning I went back to Trevor's house unannounced. This time he looked more alert, almost expecting me. When I showed him the picture, the color drained from his face. He admitted he remembered the moment it was taken and said the woman had shown up with a coworker of his, a guy I'd met once years ago at a different event, someone I barely remembered, someone who, according to Trevor, had left the party early without saying goodbye. That thread unraveled fast. I looked up the coworker's old posts, and the pattern hit me in an instant. Comments he'd made about people getting away with things, vague rants about being overlooked, and several posts hinting at grudges against people who acted superior. It wasn't solid proof, but it was enough to piece together a disturbing possibility. That he'd orchestrated the entire thing out of resentment, using a stranger with enough social camouflage to stir chaos without being remembered clearly. I confronted him online, sending a long message laying out everything I'd connected. He never replied, but within an hour, the fake profile disappeared, and all the reposts from the secondary account vanished as well. My work access was restored the next day. My girlfriend came over that evening, and the tide of outrage slowly drifted away as people realized the posts were gone. Nobody apologized, and nobody admitted they'd been quick to believe a stranger over me. The whole situation just dissolved, leaving behind a silence that felt heavier than the accusations themselves. To this day, I don't know whether the woman was part of it or just someone he manipulated into playing a role. But every New Year's Eve since then, I catch myself scanning every room a little too carefully, wondering how close someone can stand without you noticing the damage they're about to cause.